Hello, you wonderful people. Hi, how are you all doing today? It's the weekend and we're here to have fun, right? Yes, it's apparently my affiliate anniversary. I keep forgetting that I do that in February. So yes, that's pretty exciting, all things considered. You just did your first stream? Fuck yeah. Anyway, we're playing dual Destinies today, and you're playing, chat. No, you cannot, MRL. I've told you time and time again why you can't. Please listen to me when I say that. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, the reason is because they're not all set up yet. Avatar change isn't returning until every single one of my avatars are set up and corrected. All of them. All 6 of them. Right now, only 2 are working. And until then, no one's changing shit. All right, gamers. So who here's ready to be a lawyer? Who here is ready to play along? So the present command is working, but it doesn't actually count votes. I will just count them manually. I figured there's no point. That never really worked anyway. I can count 3 Y votes. It's not a problem. That's great, MRL. You have no clue what to do? Okay, so don't worry. Since this is we just started, Janitor, the game will give you a tutorial and I'll explain as we go. But this game is a lawyer game that's all about trying to contradict using evidence. And you can actually check the evidence yourself using this website. I will be updating this website with all the evidence that we currently have so that you can check it live without getting spoilers on evidence that we don't have. So use that website link and you'll be able to shift through the evidence and come to conclusions. And then you tell me what evidence to present to contradict the statements. It'll all make sense as we play. Don't worry, Robotic Janitor. So yeah, let's get ready to be a lawyer, shall we? And eventually in the future, not today, maybe later today, probably not. Also, Steve did some amazing work with the extension. It looks amazing now. Unfortunately, it's still pending approval on Twitch, so you won't see it like... Usually I'd have a little pop-up in the actual stream itself that you'd be able to click on and see the evidence. But that's currently pending approval because Steve made a shit ton of updates to it. So once that's approved, which should be on Tuesday, which will be the next time we stream this. Any chat commands? Just the evidence list and also present. So there's also the present where you put down the number of the statement and then the evidence you want to present, and it does this. And not having it approved for today, it's okay. Just let me know if it gets approved later. It won't count votes right now, but I can count the number of Ys, and if 3 people say yes in chat, I will present it, regardless of if it's the right answer or not. So, let's get started, shall we? Just want to make sure we've got enough people playing. Maybe we wait a little bit. I kind of want to make sure we've got enough players. Like people who will actually be playing. I want to make sure that we got enough of those people. They'll trickle in. Maybe. I hope. Speaking of chat, we need to have the most important discussion right now. Do we go with the default outfits? Or do we go with the alternate outfits? What do we do, chat? Maybe alt for Apollo Man is dripped. I'm just a little worried that this will affect his outfit during the times where his outfit changes in the game for story related reasons. We'll keep it on default for now, and we'll see later. Cause like he gets like this badass code, as you can see in the anime opening, and I'm worried that it'll affect that. Yeah. But cool jacket. Let's do it, chat. Here we go. We're getting started now. That's certainly one way to start a game.
These are dark times, where the law has been reduced to rubble, and it's up to us to restore it to its former glory. Yeah, I know what you mean. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Don't you worry. I've got a trusty new partner on board.
Done.
New character.
You bet. Let's do this.
She's been with us for half a year, though I can hardly believe it. Anyway, her power will be our greatest weapon.
Immediately fucks it up. And she died, chat. It's over. She's the first victim. First victim.
Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end.
He's dripped out, chat. He's dripped out, chat. Phoenix Wright, based attorney. It's not my birthday. My birthday is in May. It's in May. Turnabout countdown.
The best thing about bombs is how they erase and destroy without discretion.
But you can't even flip. I know, right?
Now all I have to do is pin everything on that little girl.
December 17th, 9:22 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 5. Nope. Not feeling nervous at all. It's amazing what a girl can get used to. Even in a tense atmosphere like this is no biggie. You doing okay, Athena? Oh, Apollo. Yeah, doing great. Like, I'm a little too great. Oh yeah? Well, that's good to hear. Although, I could have sworn I heard your voice crack for a second there. Oof, I'm that transparent, huh? Cracking? No, my voice isn't cracking. Nerves of steel here, I tell you. This is Apollo Justice. He's a fellow lawyer at the office I work for. Apollo is the lead for the defense on this case, but I'm going to be there at the bench with him, doing what I can to help out. I'll do whatever it takes to defend Junie. Speaking of steel, how are you holding up? That explosion really did a number on you. I'm just happy that you're okay, Athena. Although, I can't pretend I have no connection to this case. That's why I'm going to see to it that Juniper's name is cleared. And I'm sure you feel much the same way. You got that right. I won't rest until Junie is completely cleared of all suspicion. Apollo, Athena. Thank you for doing this for me. Junie! Hey, are you okay? Sorry about that. I always seem to go into coughing fits whenever I get nervous. This kind of thing never happens at home in the forest. This is Juniper Woods. She's my dear, dear childhood friend, and she's also our client for this case. The news keeps repeating that Junie is the alleged bomber, but that's ridiculous. There's no way Junie would do anything like that. Hi, Asuid. I brought you a little snack, Athena. Just a little something from my garden. Hey, thanks. So, is this an orange or a tangerine? It's an orange. My grandma says that orange is the color of strength and endurance. Oh, I get it. Strength for the trial, right? Junie, you're always so good to me. Jeez, look at me, standing here clutching an orange to my chest with tears in my eyes. Well, don't you worry. We'll be so powerful in there they won't know what hit him, right, Apollo? Yeah, that's right. Come with me. This is one trial we just can't lose. And he's dead. Apollo! Apollo! Blood is seeping through his bandages. One of his wounds must have reopened. All this time he was trying to put on a brave face, but he was really overdoing it. Mr. Justice! Huh? The trial is about to start, sir. Please proceed to the courtroom. What? Now? But Apollo's in no state to defend. I have to defend Juniper. What are we gonna do? The trial's about to start with or without us. There's only one other option I can think of at a time like this. But even if I called him now, he'd never get here in time. No, wait. There's something else I could do. Apollo, give me all the evidence for the case. Huh? What are you gonna do? Bailiff. Yes, miss? The defense would like to submit a substitution of attorney petition. Athena? You're not seriously. You just concentrate on getting better. I'll defend Junie. All by yourself? Athena, stop for a second. Think about what you're saying. You've never once taken a case on alone before, right? No hay problema. I can handle it. I think. But I guess it's really up to you, Junie. Would you be okay with me taking over? Sure. I believe in you, Athena, and that's enough for me. You're worried for me, aren't you? To be honest, I'm pretty nervous too. I think my heart might just burst out of my chest. but you're in no shape to stand at the bench now, so you'll just have to leave it to me. All right, I can see your mind's made up anyway. I hate that I can't be there, but I know you'll give your utmost to defend Juniper. You bet I will, rest assured of that. My name is Athena Sykes. I'm still just a newbie, but I'm a lawyer. This is only the second time I've taken the lead in a defense case. It'll be the first time I stand up there alone, though. But I have to do this, and I'm definitely not about to let anything bad happen to Junie. District courtroom number 5. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is also ready, Your Honor. And what is the meaning of this? I was under the impression that Mr. Red Monkey would be my opponent today. That's offensive. Fuck you. Yes, well, the substitution of attorney petition was submitted just a few moments ago. Due to the explosion in the courthouse yesterday, Mr. Justice is unable to continue. Hi, Rocket Man. I see. Not at all surprised to use that as an excuse to run away. With me as an adversary, who wouldn't want to feign illness in order to escape? Hey, no one's threatened by you. What's the nerve of that guy? I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind. Well, I would if I wasn't so nervous. This arrogant jerk. You arrogant jerk. No, Widget. Is my hearing getting worse? I could have sworn I heard the defense say something just now. No, you didn't hear anything at all, especially not for me. Hi, Pixel, it's not my birthday. How odd. I could have sworn I also heard something. Oh, that would be my indispensable partner, Widget. He sometimes blurts out what I'm thinking. Well then, if that's the case, then it's a clear contradiction to what you just stated. Contradiction? You just stated that you said nothing. However, if that device of yours says what you're thinking, then you indeed said I was, what was it? Elegance at work? Yes. That's exactly what we said. Yep. Actually, it was arrogant jerk. At any rate, what does it matter if a red monkey or a yellow monkey facing me? Wow. No fresh out of law school rookie can defend this witness. Mr. Payne, I believe that's enough. Let us get back to the case. Of course, Your Honor. I'm more than ready to show this little girl why they call me the Rookie Humiliator. I knew it. He really is an arrogant jerk. Arrogant jerk. Miss Sykes, if you continue to insult the prosecution, I will remove you from this court. I'm very sorry. It was just a knee-jerk reaction. Now then, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, if you please. So why can he insult me and I can't insult him? Fucking whatever, man. Thank you, Your Honor. Now then, the incident occurred yesterday here at this very courthouse in courtroom number 4. At that time, the trial for a certain bombing was being held in courtroom number 4. I haven't seen one of these fuckers in a while. Yeet. Ah, yes, I was presiding over that trial as well. And Mr. Justice was there as the lawyer for the defense. A bomb that was being presented as evidence suddenly went off during the trial. It was a terrible incident, and courtroom number 4 was completely destroyed. Fortunately, we were able to start evacuation procedures before the explosion occurred. Just a few seconds more and it would have turned into a horrific loss of human life. There was, in fact, one death, was there not?
That is correct, Your Honor. When court room number 4 was examined after the blast, the body of Detective Candace Arm was discovered. She was to take the stand as a witness later in the trial.
I suppose she wasn't able to evacuate in time. What a terrible tragedy. I must admit, I stumbled at least 10 times myself before I was able to escape. Maybe the court should see about getting you even shorter robes.
The victim's body was found near the entrance to the courtroom. I suspect she stayed until the very end to help guide the others out to safety. Your Honor, allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and details about the bomb.
Arm's autopsy report added to the court record. Stuffed animal bomb added to the court record. Okay, I know how this works. All evidence for the trial is filed in the court record. When I want to check something out, I just use E. Okay. Let's get some pictures in here, shall we, chat? I have to make sure I take these pictures live for you all, so forgive me while I get all this set up for you all. Alright, so once again, you'll be able to check all evidence using this link. And make sure you refresh it every once in a while as well. Okay, all the evidence should be up and ready. Yes, it did, JP. That is the case right now. We just started, so you barely missed anything. Don't worry. I better take a peek later. Now then, please call the accused to the witness stand. Defendant, are you feeling all right? You're looking a bit pale. I'm so sorry. I was feeling a bit weak when I first arrived here at the courthouse. But I'm all right. Junie's really giving it her all. I better make sure I do the same.
We can please proceed. Your name and occupation, defendant.
Juniper Woods. I'm a high school student.
Mrs. Woods, can you confirm you were in the courthouse on the day in question?
Yes, I came to know Apollo Justice through my friend Thina. And so, I was there yesterday to watch his trial and lend my support. Something's wrong. Junie's really scared.
Did you know I'm also known as the Defendant Humiliator? It looks like I have yet another chance to show everyone how I earned that moniker.
That's not something you should be proud of.
Does his arrogance know no bounds? I have to protect Junie no matter what.
Hey, you arrogant Prosecutor Payne.
What is it? Do you want me to demonstrate why I'm known as the Rookie Humiliator instead?
Deep breaths, Athena. Don't let him get to you. Prosecutor Payne, Junie is telling the truth. Mr. Justice also backed up her claim when we saw him in the defendant lobby. And Junie, he said that he was glad to get the lotus root you gave him too. He was? My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She says they can even help you see into the future. They can? That's the perfect present for a lawyer. And if that's true, I guess he must not have eaten them. A sweet, meek girl like this blowing a courtroom to bits? I must say, it's very hard to believe.
Now, Your Honor, don't let her seemingly innocent appearance fool you. The defendant has a motive for committing this crime. That's not true. I don't have any kind of motive. And I didn't even know the lady who was killed. I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and the defendant. However, that doesn't matter. The only thing that does is that her objective was the destruction of courtroom number 4 itself. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Why in the world would Miss Woods want to do that? That's a very good question, coming from a novice such as yourself. But first, a question for the defendant. Have you ever been brought up on false charges? What? Why, yes. Yes, I have. And did that experience cause you to harbor a grudge against the court system? Now wait just 1 minute. If that kind of thing was a motive for blowing things up, then every one of our clients would turn into bombers. That's a valid point. We wouldn't have a single courthouse left standing in the land. I concede that the accused isn't the only one who might bear resentment against the courts. But Miss Woods is the only person who could have committed this crime. Why? Because we have found some decisive evidence that proves the defendant's guilt. Decisive, huh? I'll believe it when I see it. It involves a very unique aspect of the bomb itself, Your Honor. And what exactly was so unique about it? Happy anniversary, affiliate. Yes, how are you doing today, Hanatoro? Why don't we have Miss Sykes answer that question? Huh? Me? I noticed that you appear to be very nervous, and well, gentleman that I am, I'd like to offer you the chance to gain some confidence with such an easy question. Could he be any more consenting? Really? What a thoroughly unpleasant man. L is for loser. What did it just say? Nothing. Not a single thing. How you doing today, Singale Chronicles? You can play along. Chat is playing. So make sure you check the evidence list and play along. Unless you know the answers. Don't spoil it and ruin it for the people who are playing this blind. But if you don't know the answers, play along. Now let's see, what was I supposed to do at a time like this? Oh, I know. The court record. The information I need is somewhere in the court record. All right, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. What was unique about the bomb that blew up the courtroom? Was it because it was... Well, chat, what's unique about the bomb in it? Check the court record, let me know. Certain Danganronpa character? Who? JB and Steve say 3, Hanatoro says 3. It doesn't count votes anymore, just as a heads up. Mr. Payne, what kind of simpleton do you take me for? It was stuffed inside a stuffed animal. Its evil intentions covered up by a cute exterior. Very good. Have a cookie. The bomb that went off in the courtroom was indeed hidden inside a stuffed animal. Oh, by the way, Chad, I just want to mention that when you mentioned cookie, it made me think of sugar. And the amount of times I'm going to be ordering Dairy Queen this month is going to be upsetting. You know why? They have the red velvet blizzard back, chat. They have the red velvet blizzard. That's my favorite goddamn blizzard, chat. Anyway. There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? I am fine, just like I said from the start. I can do this. Dual Destiny starts with the courtroom getting bombed, Hanatoro. This is the very first case. You've barely missed anything. You've just missed basically character introductions. We haven't even done any deducting yet or anything. All the information you need is in the court record. I never even got to take a look at it. But what connection does this impish elephant have with the defendant? The answer to that question lies in another piece of evidence, which I have here. Best piece of evidence. Chat, we have now obtained peak. I'm kidding. And what, pray tell, is this? It appears to be a little singed. It's a tale, Your Honor. A tale of a poor victim of the explosion. This is incredible. Are you saying it's detective? He's stupid, chat.
chat, he's stupid.
Your Honor is so very close, but no, it belongs to this stuffed animal. It's called the Phony Fanty, a rather unpleasant name if you ask me.
He's the mascot for a campaign to eliminate false evidence and false charges, is he not?
Exactly. His motto is, phony evidence is just trunked up.
That's so wrong on so many levels.
The Phony Fanty's tail is made of vinyl cloth, and we found something very interesting on its surface. The defendant's fingerprints. What? The Phony Fanty provided the prosecution with all the evidence we needed. It clearly proves that the accused handled the bomb.
But that doesn't make any sense. Why would Junie's fingerprints be on it? That does appear to be pretty irrefutable evidence. The court accepts it as evidence. Phony Fanty's tail added to the court record. You should now be able to refresh the evidence list and see it. Miss Woods, do you have an explanation for this? How are you playing this? What do you mean? I'm playing this on PC, and I will be playing the DLC mission, most likely, yes. Oh, this is part of the Apollo Justice Collection. It was released on PC. And I'm not playing it, chat. You're playing it. Remember that. You are playing.
How about you, Mrs. Sykes? Do you have any plausible explanation to refute this decisive piece of evidence?
Well, I can't do it. I can't think of a single thing. But I'd better come up with something for Junie's sake.
If you can't produce an answer, we can always go straight to the ruling, if you prefer.
No, I have to say something fast. Oh no, I can't get my voice to work. Why now of all times? I thought I overcame this already. Maybe I'm still not ready to stand in court.
As you can see, there is no room for debate.
Objection!
Oh shit!
Why, it's you!
It's Phoenix Wright! Sorry it took me so long to get here, Athena. Apollo explained the whole thing to me over the phone. He asked me to come help you out in his place. Thanks for coming. I hate to admit it, but I was having a real rough time on my own. Okay, the profiles did change. Okay, one sec. Okay, I just changed some stuff around. That's Phoenix, right? Yes. Oh, I don't know. I think you were doing just fine, all things considered. And you hung in there, giving me enough time to get here. Now let's turn things around. You got it, boss. Ho ho ho, look who showed up out of the blue. If it isn't Mr. Phoenix Wright, he always managed to surprise me. Your Honor, Mr. Payne has called for an early ruling, but I believe there are still many things that need to be deliberated. How did Miss Wood's fingerprints wind up on the stuffed animal tail? How was the bomb even detonated? Until these questions are answered, I assert it is impossible for a fair ruling to be made. You are absolutely right. Let us continue from where we left off. I assume you have no objections, Mr. Payne.
None at all, Your Honor.
Mrs. Woods really looks like he's having a hard time. Ginny's really struggling, Mr. Wright. I get the sense she's afraid of the courtroom itself. Because of yesterday? Yeah, it was understandably very traumatic for her. Poor thing. And here she is, back at the courthouse again, being so brave. I'd like to make a request, Your Honor. If at all possible, I'd like to have Miss Woods rest in the lobby. Given the defendant's condition... Very well, I grant special permission. You go get some rest, Junie, and leave the rest to us. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about this.
Phoenix Wright. I've been looking forward to meeting you.
It's been a while, Mr. Payne.
You're more clueless than I'd heard. I do believe you mean, how do you do? For I am Gaspin Payne. I am the younger brother of your long-standing rival, Winston Payne.
What? Long-standing rival? When were we ever rivals, let alone long-standing?
You'll see, Mr. Wright. I will cleanse Winston of the disgrace he met with you at your hands.
Looks like this royal pain is going to be as thoroughly unpleasant as the other.
Your Honor, the prosecution would now like to call a decisive witness to the stand. This witness will testify as to how the accused detonated the bomb in the courtroom.
Very well. Please call your witness, Mr. Payne. What a pair of brothers. I know, right?
Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Witness?
Name, Ted Tony. Occupation, bomb disposal specialist.
Oh my, what a strange robotic voice you have.
Speech synthesis via typing. It is the same as me talking.
He sounds exactly like a robot. Can't you speak in a normal manner?
I can.
He can?
But I do not like to speak. Speaking is inefficient. Energy expenditure, speaking greater than typing. Understand?
What an odd witness.
Mr. Donate was in charge of the bomb for that trial and was up there when it went off.
Being a bomb squad specialist, do you have any relation to the victim?
Negative. I first met the girl while on this job. Many people are employed by the police. I know only a fraction of them. However, I was shocked when I first discovered the body of the victim.
Shocked?
I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but I ended up discovering a dead body.
So he was the first to discover the body, was he?
He's here to testify about the circumstances surrounding the moment of the explosion.
Very well. The court will hear Mr. Toadate's testimony, but at the very least, to show this court some respect and remove that face guard, witness. Witness testimony. When the bomb went off.
The bomb was originally disarmed by me, then transported here as evidence. Bomb name HH3000, operated by timer or with a remote. I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. I saw that the bomb's timer was counting down.
So even though the bomb was supposed to be disarmed, it somehow got switched on?
Precisely. Activating the timer is very simple. 1. Connect wires. 2. Switch on timer. A monkey could do it. I am sure even you would be able to, Mr. Wright.
I guess this makes you the blue monkey in this barrel of fun, boss. I'd now like to begin my cross-examination. Huh? Mr. Toadate, what is that?
HH3000, aka a bomb.
A bomb? Great, googly moogly! Yeah!
Mr. 28, I demand you disarm it this instant! Disassembly complete. 5.3 seconds. 0.2 seconds short of my personal best. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'm not exactly a spring chicken, you know. This is an exact replica of the HH-3000. It is used to practice disarming bombs. Disarm equals success. Explosion equals failure. An exact replica of the bomb that exploded, is it? So that's what it looked like. I submitted a photograph of the real bomb taken just before the trial. Dimensions: 10 height times 10 width times 10 depth. Weight 12 pounds. A perfect replication. Your bomb does appear to be a very good copy indeed. Yes, however, I could not replicate the detonation mechanism. It has a very puzzling wiring setup. It is regrettable that I could not replicate it. Witness, that's enough. There is no need to replicate anything here. HH-3000 bomb updated in the court record. And now if the defense would begin their cross-examination... All right, we got some pictures to take. I have to provide you all with the images of life. For without them, you will not have the knowledge needed to succeed. Chat, I gift you with the gift of knowledge. Please accept my gift. Please refresh the evidence list. Okay, you should have it now. Where has Mrs. Sykes got to? Athena, you can come out now. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's get to work. I guess you were pretty scared, huh? What? I don't know what you're talking about. She was about to bolt. Hey, put a sock in it, Widget. As transparent as ever. Now, let's see. Where were we? We were at the cross-examination. Oh, cross-examination, of course. She seems disoriented. I wonder if she's all right. Maybe I should ask Athena if she remembers how to cross-examine to help her focus. Chat, do we need a go-over of cross-examination? Yes. 1 second. What? We want to skip it? Hanatora wants to skip the tutorial? JK, do it. I'm doing it. Athena, you remember how to conduct a cross-examination, right? What? Of course I do. What kind of lawyer would I be if I didn't? Now, don't get upset. What do you say you humor me with a little review? You got it. Basically, we examine a witness's testimony and compare it against the court record, searching carefully for any inconsistencies. This green tag represents a witness's testimony. We can use D to advance to the next statement of their testimony, and A to go back to their previous statement. Paying close attention to the testimony, we should keep an ear out for anything strange. and be prepared to present our case via the court record. The court record contains information on all the evidence we have at our disposal. We can use it to look for facts that conflict with what the witnesses said, and present, if any, counter evidence we find to refute their statement. And what if nothing conflicts with the witness's testimony? Well, that's when we press the witness for more information. Find any inconsistency or lies in the testimony and reveal them to the court. That's what cross-examination is all about. Looks like you remember it just as I taught it. And it was a nice refresher course for me. If you can't find any contradictions, and you flub it up too often, don't be afraid to ask me for help. Press R when the option to consult with me appears. I'll let you know where I think the suspicious statement is. Sounds good. I'll be counting on you if I get in a bind. All right, it's cross-examination time. Here we go, chat. It's time for you to get your thinking caps on. The bomb was originally disarmed by me, then transported here as evidence. Bomb name HH3000, operated by timer or with a remote. I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. I saw that the bomb's timer was counting down. So you're trying to find testimony that conflicts with the evidence, right? That's right. Listening carefully to Mr. Tone's testimony is just the first step. After that, it's a matter of taking a look at any evidence that seems relevant. Remember that you'll open the court record when you go to present something. If you find evidence that conflicts with the testimony, present it. Let's see. This testimony is about when the bomb went off. So I think the state it was in at the time would be pretty important. A bomb that didn't look like a bomb because it was inside a stuffed animal, huh? The bomb was original. Okay, so what are we doing, chat? Pressing, presenting, your call. Don't be intimidated now. Press all? I could do that.
Hold it!
You say that you disarmed the bomb, but are you really sure it was disarmed? Absolutely. I can disarm anything in a flash. That looks more like dismantle than disarm to me. Oh, pardon me. Let's see. Is there any chance you could have forgotten to disarm the bomb? Impossible. I do not make rudimentary mistakes like that. They say to err is to human. Although the jury is still out on this guy. If you must know, Mr. Wright, according to the court's own records, the fact that the bomb had indeed been disarmed was officially confirmed. I guess I can rule out the possibility that he forgot to disarm it. Could you talk about the bomb in a little more detail for the court, Mr. Tonate? Certainly. Bomb name HA3000, operated by timer or with a remote.
Hold it!
What was the approximate size and weight of the bomb? Dimensions: 10 height, 10 width, 9 depth. Weight: 10-12 pounds. This information is also written on the photograph. Ah, yes, here it is on the back. According to this, the case is made out of alloy plating 5/16 of an inch thick. That certainly sounds like one thick and very heavy bit of metal. I bet if I dropped that thing on your foot, you'd be hopping. If you dropped that thing anywhere, I'd be hopping for the nearest exit. Very well, I believe the court has heard enough about the bomb itself. Now, Mr. Tonate, you were keeping an eye on the bomb. Where were you watching from? I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. Why were you in the gallery? My duties may have been over for the moment, but I wanted to keep watch. Even though the bomb was disarmed, you can never be too careful. Explosive devices are very dangerous things. How admirably responsible of you. A model to be emulated. I practice disarming bombs every day. I practice assembling them too. The disarming part I get, but assembling them? Well, I'll have you know that I practice presenting evidence every day myself. I see. But do you ever practice having evidence presented to you? Presented to me? What? No, why? Then you cannot very well call yourself a professional yet, can you? That does it. I'm gonna start practicing having evidence presented to me every day. And you better drink some coffee, boss. We're gonna be pulling an all-nighter. I don't think that will be necessary or worth either of our time. So, Mr. Tonate, what did you witness from the gallery? I saw that the bomb's timer was counting down. You saw it counting down clearly with your own eyes? I hardly think a timer as small as the one in this bomb could be seen from the gallery. These goggles help me see very small things clearly from very far away. I can even see what you had for breakfast by looking at your tie. Why do I suddenly feel like a bug under a magnifying glass? I guess it's possible he saw the timer if he was wearing those goggles. I'm not so sure. There's something that just doesn't sit right with me. I don't think I follow. The bomb was completely hidden inside the stuffed animal. So well concealed in fact, it didn't even look like a bomb at all. Weird. All right, chat, what are we doing? This is what Blue Nightcrawler is. Do we agree? Do we agree, chat? I need one more yes.
Objection!
So you say you saw the bomb's countdown, is that right? Of course, I clearly saw it counting down to 0. And I say that you are clearly lying. What are you talking about? There's no way you could have seen the bomb's timer. After all, the bomb was concealed inside a stuffed animal. Mr. Tonate, how could you claim to know the bomb was about to go off when you couldn't even see the timer? But that's keyboard smash. What? No! That does seem like a glaring inconsistency indeed, witness. How do you explain this? Well, Ooh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You found a contradiction right off the bat. Always remember, Athena, when you find an inconsistency in a witness's testimony, there's always a reason behind it. It could be a lie, a hidden meaning, a secret, whatever it is, it's up to us to dig it out. And pointing out every contradiction we find is the best way to do it, right, boss? Now the question is, what can we dig out of Mr. Tonate? Well, let me see. No, there must be some mistake. Oh, yes, of course. I remember now. The sound. I knew because of the sound. Sound? What sound? When the timer of this type of bomb is switched on, it beeps softly. Beep, beep, beep. It is the sound of the bomb counting down. A beeping noise, you say? I suppose it would be possible to notice that even with the bomb inside the stuffed animal. I simply made a mistake. My bad.
Objection!
How in the world did you hear such a tiny little sound all the way from the gallery? Listening for the sound of a bomb's timer is an integral part of my work. I constantly undergo training so that I will never miss it. I hardly think training would help you hear something so soft from so far away. What now? Are you making light of the fine science of disarming bombs? It is a solemn mission that I put my life on the line to perform. What kind of specialist would I be if I could not hear a bomb's timer? It's not like disassembling a toaster, you know. Now he's just showing off. You keep asserting that the sound was too tiny to hear, but the only tiny thing here is your skill as a lawyer. Being mistrustful is not an attractive quality, you know. And you're just overflowing with attractive qualities, are you? Or perhaps you have some proof that Mr. Tone did not hear the sound? Well, no, but it still seems totally suspect. But it's going to be really hard to prove that he didn't hear something. If I have this correct, the prosecution's argument is that someone reactivated the bomb before it was brought into the courtroom. What I don't understand, Mr. Payne, is why you believe that person to be Miss Woods. That's simple, Your Honor. Mr. Tornade happened to be there when it happened. He was there when the defendant rearmed the bomb. What's this now? It happened before the trial started. It was when sorry, I just got a yawn all of a sudden. I'm not even tired today. Why the fuck am I yawning? Anyway, it was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb. We brought the bomb to the lobby for the defense. Bomb equals evidence. The lawyer wanted to see it before the start of the trial. Looking for a chance to get the bomb, Miss Woods was already there in the lobby. Her goal was surely to rearm the bomb and steal the remote switch. The remote switch? Yes, the switch that controls the bomb remotely. Duh. It has been missing ever since the incident. Missing remote switch added to the court record. I am partially to blame. I left the bomb and remote on top of the transport case, and they were rearmed and stolen while I was talking with the lawyer. The defendant then used the remote from inside the courtroom to start the timer. How could you assert so unequivocally that the bomb was rearmed in the lobby? The bomb was safely secured in the transport case. The only time it was outside of the case was in that lobby. Therefore, that was the one and only opportunity anyone had to meddle with it. Someone other than Mr. Tennant could have opened the case and taken the bomb out. Impossible. The transport case is assigned exclusively to me. Do you see this number here? That is my identification number. And I have the only key that can open the case. Nevertheless, Mr. Payne's assertion is nothing more than conjecture. I don't know how relevant this box picture is, but the game gives it to us, so I must give it to you. There, it's been done. You like the check system? Yeah, it's nice. You have no proof that it was Mrs. Woods who stole the remote switch. And by the same token, you have no proof that it wasn't her. But what I do have is a piece of evidence that proves the defendant handled the bomb. Ah, that tail. 5 minutes, 24 seconds, 2.3 deciseconds. The defense advantage lasted a mere 5 minutes. Ugh, talk about a rotten hand. As long as they have her fingerprints as their trump card, I'm at a big disadvantage. It appears we'll have to hear from the defendant herself once more. I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor. I'd like to recall Miss Woods to the stand. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Wright. I'm worried about her condition, but we do need her testimony. On the other hand, I'm not sure I want to make Athena mad. I could read your feelings, you know, Moss. Guess there's no hiding from her, huh? Don't worry, I know we need her testimony. But if anybody picks on her again, they'll pay. Guess she's already at anger level 1. Don't worry, I'll stop the proceedings before I let anything bad happen to her. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. In that case, I will take my leave. But before I do, there is just one more thing, Mr. Wright. Is it me? Yes? Dismantling bombs is my job. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I look forward to seeing you try. This guy is hiding something. I just know it. Now, if you will excuse me. Bailiff, please go out to the lobby and bring back the defendant. Junie. Hi, Athena. She looks even worse off than before. Don't worry, Junie. We're here for you. Thanks, Thena. And I'll do my best, too.
You blew up the courtroom because you bear resentment against the courts, correct?
No, of course not.
What's that you say?
I can barely hear you. Fucking gods, why? Ugh. I had a good night's sleep. Why is this happening to me? Okay. I haven't done anything wrong. This prosecutor is scary.
What an impudent little girl. Stop acting innocent and tell the truth.
This is getting ugly. We ate a lot of food earlier. I did not. I had two chicken legs and like a side dish of noodles. Not what one would consider to be a huge meal. More like a reasonable meal. That was a hell of a leading question. I know, right?
That's why you went to the lobby where Mr. Justice was, isn't that right?
Mr. Wright, can I go to that prosecutor a smack? Hi, Rune. How you doing today? What? Of course not. Do we have to review Courtroom Manners 101 again? We can't let a creep that bullies innocent girls like this off so easily. I haven't forgotten about how we treated you. Don't worry about me. Just help Judy. Her heart's crying out. She's so scared. So very scared. Hi, Alexi. Looks like Athena's picking something up with her heightened sense of hearing. And it sounds like this time, it's the voice of Mrs. Wood's heart. Get congratulated in Spanish. Son of a bitch.
Don't deny it. You stole the remote switch and used it in the courtroom, didn't you?
Yeah, the evidence, the little instructions on the bottom left should be easier to read now. Mr. Payne is badgering the defendant. Yes, Mr. Woods does seem quite frightened. Mr. Payne, I ask that you behave more like a gentleman.
Ah, but don't you know, Your Honor? There is no more a gentleman in this world than I.
Ugh, because if gentleman or even a gentleman would behave like he does. Don't let that rude ruffian win. Athena.
How dare you call a gentleman such as I a rude ruffian? I'll have you know I attend a manners class every Saturday.
And it seems like you learned nothing.
I'm more than just a mere gentleman. I'm a gentleman.
Not when you're terrorizing a young lady, you're not. I'll demand my money back from that manners class if I were you. I should probably be the adult here and stop the two of them, but... Mr. Payne, that will be enough.
Certainly, Your Honor. No further questions. Let's move on to the defendant's testimony. Miss Woods, please share with the court what you were doing when the bomb went off.
Ah. When the bomb went off. Well, that day, I was watching from the gallery. The bomb went off. And rubble started falling. It fell on top of me. Junie's clearly in pain being forced to recall the bombing like this. Hello, Val. How you doing today? He's only on the 3rd lesson after 5 years, indeed. She can't even get her words out. This isn't going to work, so what now? Hey, wait a minute. Even if she can't vocalize what she wants to say, we can listen to what's inside her heart. Yes, now the perfect time is to use Athena's power. You can hear it, can't you, Athena? The cries of Miss Wood's heart? Yes, and they sound incredibly strained. She's so scared. I think she could collapse at any second. Athena has a unique ability, you see. With her finely tuned sense of hearing, she can hear the words of a witness's heart. In essence, she can sense how a person is really feeling from the tone of their voice. Guess it's all up to Athena and her special ability now. Athena, I want you to use the analytical psychology you studied. And listen to the testimony of Mrs. Wood's heart. Okay, boss, I'll give it a go. After all, this is the whole reason I put all that effort into studying analytical psychology. Off and guess, let's do this. So your holographic thingamabob can show us how Miss Woods is feeling, right? In a nutshell, yes. The emotion and images that I picked up on just now while listening to her testimony, I can enter all of that into Widget and use the mood matrix to analyze them. These mood markers here reflect fluctuations in Junie's emotions. When she feels happy or is enjoying the memory, the happy marker will light up. When she feels angry or frustrated, the angry marker will react. When she feels sadness, or is frightened by a memory, the sad marker will blink. And when she feels surprised or confused, the surprised marker will let us know. So with your special ability and Widget's mood matrix program, you're going delusional? Why? We can track down how Ms. Woods is feeling as she testifies. Talk about the wonders of technology. Yep, now let's give it a shot. I'm picking up on some kind of discord or noise in Junie's heart. See here? This is what the noise looks like in the mood matrix. It's a result of inconsistencies between her testimony and her feelings. If we can pinpoint these inconsistencies, the noise level should drop. Okay, it's time to listen to Mrs. Wood's true testimony. Well, that day, I was watching from the gallery. The bomb went off. No, I think you can see when it lights up because I am very much glowing with surprise right now. I think it's pretty obvious when it's lighting up, even with me covering it. I'm holy. I have become ascended. It fell on top of me. I think I have a good grasp on Junie's emotional state now. This power of Athena's is incredible, and I'm sensing an unexpected emotion that's inconsistent with the content of her testimony. What? Already? Look at this. When she says it fell on top of me, the happy marker is reacting. Oh, look at that. That is odd. There must be a reason for this contradictory emotion. We just need to do some digging. When you find an unexpected emotion, you'll first need to pinpoint it, and then select the unexpected emotion or reaction from the 4 mood markers with space. Widget is registering joy when Miss Woods recalls the rubble falling on her. So obviously I didn't tell you guys to solve that one because it's a tutorial, but the next one you guys will do. There must be a reason for this unexpected emotion. Miss Woods, as the rubble was falling, was there also something that made you feel happy? What? Mr. Wright, the feeling of happiness is spreading throughout Junie's heart. Keep going on this point, and I bet Junie will start to calm down. Great, let's hear what she has to say.
Just as I was about to escape the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled, I tripped, and then rubble started falling on top of me. I really thought I was done for, but just then, Apollo came and rescued me.
Apollo?
He used his own body to shield me from the rubble.
So that's when he sustained those injuries. How do you feel, Junie? Did talking about Apollo give you some courage?
Yes, Apollo is just like the sun, strong and bright and warm. Just talking about him makes me feel like a leaf undergoing photosynthesis.
You have she has a thing for Apollo, huh? And see, your coughing stopped all of a sudden.
Oh, you're right. Thank you, Thena.
Looks like we were able to draw out some new testimony. Pretty neat, huh? But there's still some noise left, meaning we must still be some discord in Junie's heart. I guess we still have to keep going then. Let me input this new information and update the mood matrix and we'll be good to go. Remember what to do, right? When I find an unexpected emotion, I should first pinpoint it. That's right, and then you'll select it from the mood markers with space. If we can find the reason for this discord in our heart, then we should be able to draw even more new testimony out.
I tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get away, the bomb went off. I was so startled, I tripped. Then rubble started falling on me. I thought I was done for. But then Apollo came and rescued me.
All right, chat.
I could sense some discord in Junie's heart when I listened to her voice.
There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. When you find an unexpected emotion, you'll first need to pinpoint it. And then select the unexpected emotion from the board with space. All right, chat, what's the unexpected emotion? I tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get away, the bomb went off. I was so startled, I tripped, then rubble started falling on me. I thought I was done for. But then Apollo came and rescued me. So there's five statements. Hanatora wants to present the sad statement. Do we agree? You were happy when Mr. Justice rescued you, weren't you?
Yes, I was really happy.
But was there also something you felt sad about at the same time?
Sad?
The reason I ask is, when you were describing how you were rescued, we sensed a little sadness too.
Oh, I think it's probably because of Bumrap Rinny.
Bumrap Rinny? Well, what do you know? Something new.
That's right. I brought my stuffed animal, Bumrap Rinny, to watch the trial with me. Bumrap Rinny and Phony Fanty are brothers.
Who knew that the legal world could inspire a whole line of merchandise?
I had Bumrap Rinny with me while I was watching the trial. But it wasn't until Apollo saved me that I realized I'd lost him as I was running away. My poor Rinny, a victim of that terrible bomb. Oh, I know. You can see what he looks like in this poster. It's for the campaign to eradicate fake evidence and false charges.
Look at him, chat. He's so sad. Phony Fanty and Bumrap Rinny, huh? Nothing against the campaign, but why an elephant and a rhinoceros? Mr. Wright! I don't sense any discord in Junie's heart anymore. So I guess that means we managed to draw out all of her testimony. That's right. I'll just make an update with the new info and we'll have the whole picture. Do you think your new testimony will help? Absolutely. I don't know what I would have done without you, Athena. Why would you slam me like this? What did I do to deserve this? So Bum Rap Rinny was in the courtroom when the bomb went off. Now that we know that, it changes the meaning of that other piece of evidence. All I have to do is present it at the right statement. I was watching from the gallery with Bum Rap Rinny. I tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get out of the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled I tripped, then rubble started falling. I thought I was done for. But then Apollo came and rescued me. That's Junie's complete testimony. Not bad, huh, Mr. Wright? I should focus on the new statements Mr. Woods made. Mrs. Woods made. The existence of Bum Rap Rinny should turn things around in our favor. It changes the meaning of a certain piece of evidence we already have. All I have to do is present it at the right statement. Hi, Lux. Blue, did you redeem that command and fuck up my thing again? I think you did. God damn it. I gotta fix that. I don't know how to fix it though. Just please don't redeem pet at the same time as... It's because of a command. It's fine. It's an easy fix. It's just annoying. Okay. Anyway, chat, we got 4 statements. What statement are we gonna present evidence on? We've got, I was watching from the gallery with Bun Rap Rinny. I tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get out of the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled I tripped, then rubble started falling. I thought I was done for. But then Apollo came and rescued me. Make sure you look at the evidence. Remember that the evidence list is here. Go and load up that website, look through the evidence, tell me what to do. Hi, Humongous Waffle. Come on, chat. This is your moment. This is the tail moment. Present the tail. Most important piece. That's enough yeses.
Objection!
Miss Woods, I know this trial has been very hard for you, but you can relax now. You are, without a doubt, innocent. Mr. Wright, what wild assertion are you making now? My wild assertion is simply this. The 2 stuffed animals were mixed up. The tail the defendant's fingerprints were found on wasn't that of phony Fanty. It was the tail of her gallery companion, Bum Rap Rinny. This is a really good cornered theme.
Objection!
Objection! What? What nonsense is that? I can see they're both stuffed animals, yes, but they're completely different characters. An elephant and a rhino? They're as distinct as a defense lawyer and a prosecutor.
But are they really so different? Both defense lawyers and prosecutors strive to protect the peace through law. Even elephants and rhinos have some similar characteristics. They're both gray, for example. Anyway, this poster's all I need to prove my assertion to be true. I may direct the court's attention here. You'll clearly see how the 2 got mixed up. Chat, what are we presenting? This is our moment, chat. Whoa, would you look at that? The 2 tails are exactly the same. Yes, exactly. The 2 stuffed animals are based on entirely different animals, but the design of their tails is exactly the same. Get fucked, Pain. Order in the court. As long as the possibility exists, the tail belongs to Bum Rap Rinny.
We can no longer consider it to be decisive proof that the defendant handled the bomb. As things stands, I consider the charges against the accused unsubstantiated. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Payne? Oh, yes, of course, Your Honor. Oh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You turned things right around.
Yeah, it's not over yet, but at least we managed to hold out this long.
I believe that brings our proceedings for today to a close. Mr. Payne, I'm afraid you have some serious investigating ahead of you. Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Court is adjourned.
Yay, that was so exciting, boss. We did it. True to form, you managed to just barely pull it off at the very last moment. True to form? Gee, I never knew you had such a glowing opinion of me. Thank you for everything you're doing. You did great, Miss Woods. You really stuck it out. And you got really brave at the end, just when we needed you most, Junie. Thanks to you, we were able to turn things around. Well, you were the one who gave me that courage, Thena. Really? Thanks. So be honest, was I any help at all? Of course. Without you, we would have never gotten out that tight spot. That's good to hear. I may still have a lot to learn, but you can bet I'm gonna give it my all. I'll be so good that one day you'll call me your partner. That's what I like to hear. Has it always been like that, chat? Because remember, chat, I lost all my audio settings. And I do need people to tell me if the audio's bad, so that I could fix it up if needed. I'll just do that quickly. You sound fine? Okay. It's fine for you? Okay. I'll check the VOD later and see if if it's up to my personal standards. Or I'll check the VOD right now. I'm gonna check the stream live. Give me a second, chat. I'm muting my desktop audio for a moment so I can hear how it is. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1, 3. Sounds fine to me. Okay. You're listening onto a laptop? Maybe that's why. The ability to solve the riddles of a person's heart. Athena's true potential is beginning to really shine through now. Hey, where's Apollo anyway? Good question. I almost forgot about him. I assumed he'd still be here in the lobby. Oh, I know. Maybe he's still in courtroom number 4. Courtroom number 4? What would he be doing at the scene of the explosion? When I came out to the lobby to rest, I told Apollo about Bumrap Rinny. I told him I dropped Rinny in the courtroom and as I was trying to escape before the blast. And then Apollo said he had an idea where Rinny might be, so we went to take a look together. Huh, I guess Apollo can be pretty nice when he wants to be. So you went looking for Rinny together before you were called back into courtroom number 5? Yes, I had some time to rest, so I was able to go and look for him. But then they called me into courtroom number 5 to testify. Apollo insisted on staying there, though. With all those injuries, I wonder how he's managing. I think Apollo might have figured something out. Wonder what it was. He told me, I'm going to look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper. Just maybe he found some new piece of evidence? Anyway, we better go and get him. Good idea. District Court. Courtroom number 4.
Where are you, Apollo? Trial's over for today. Come on, I know you're... No.
Oh shit. To be continued. Game's over. We gotta wait for the sequel, chat. Gotta wait for the sequel. And with that, I'm gonna take a short break to get some water. I'll be right back, nerds. You're on the phone. What happened? Apollo was in courtroom number 4, the one that blew up, and we walked in, and he was on the ground, and there was a bloody rock next to him. So anyway, I'm gonna be right back. The fuck you mean by that, Steve-ish? I was talking to my brother planning my ice cream plans, okay? I wasn't just fucking doing that. You dipshit. How am I today? I'm good. How are you? Why the fuck is my hand? One sec. I guess I gotta take my sweater off. Ugh. It's now the next day. Being honest, not too good, but you're trying. I'm glad you're trying. Hopefully I can entertain you and make you feel better. This isn't exactly how I envisioned the second day of this trial to start. But given how things ended yesterday... Good morning. The mood sure is tense. Not that that's any surprise. Oh, hey! Did you read the paper this morning, boss? Huh? The paper? That came out of left field. You didn't read it? Then you don't know the big news! Somebody spotted an abominable snowman way up in the mountains! No, it's not, MRL. Tell me you know the difference between a paper and a tabloid, Athena. It might show up in the forest where you live, Junie. So you better watch out, okay? You really should read the story for yourself. I couldn't even begin to do it justice. Justice? Huh? Oh, poor Apollo. It's all my fault. Lena. Oh, Junie, what was I thinking? I'm so sorry. What we found yesterday was not Apollo's dead body, thank goodness. He'd been assaulted by someone with a blow to his head and was lying unconscious. We rushed him to the hospital right away, and it looks like he's going to pull through. But it was still quite a shock to stumble onto a scene like that. Is Miss Woods all right, Athena? Well, I managed to get her to stop crying. Now she's resting on the sofa over there. I guess she really feels responsible for what happened to Apollo. Poor Junie. She believes that the reason Apollo was attacked is because he was helping her look for something in that courtroom. Oh? Guess I could see why she'd think that. By the way, how are you doing? Who, me? Yeah, you. I know you're concerned about Miss Woods, but are you alright? Me? I'm doing just fine, boss. I mean, yeah, it was a huge shock, but I'm alright. Also, I just realized I didn't update the profiles properly. Not that it really matters, but, you know, it'd be good. It's good for you all to have the profiles. Alright. People who've studied analytical psychology are great at times like these. After all, they learn how to control their own emotions too. Somehow, I don't think it's as easy as she makes it sound. But there's no denying she's a real trooper. Apollo doesn't remember a thing, does he? Yeah, he can't recall anything from the time right before he was assaulted. Nothing about what he was doing in the courtroom number 4 or who assaulted him. The doctor said it's probably due to the hit he took to the head. Assaulted in a court of law and losing your memory at that. I know how that feels. Justice for all callback. But who in the world would do such a thing, huh, Mr. Wright? You just got the pun with the victim's name. Can disarm. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Just wait till I get my hands on the coward who hurt our Apollo. Now, Athena. I thought you said you were in control of your emotions. Let's just focus on helping Mrs. Woods, okay? But I admit I'm just as upset as you are. Okay, boss, you're right. Apollo's assailant can wait until after we clear Junie's name. That's the spirit. Now, let's see. I better check the court record one more time before the trial starts. Earth to Mr. Right, I'm ready whenever you are. All right, let's get ready to rumble. You bet. With everything that happened with Apollo, I didn't have time for a proper investigation. I can't let that stop me, though. I have to get this right, for Mrs. Wood's sake, and Apollo's too. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Now then, I believe I instructed the prosecution to further their investigation. Were you able to locate the remote switch in question? I'm afraid the remote switch is still missing, Your Honor. I must say, I'm disappointed, Mr. Payne. Not angry, just disappointed. I apologize, Your Honor. Aha! Looks like the prosecution is just as unprepared as I am. There is a separate matter, however, that I would like to bring up during this trial. A separate matter, you say? And what might that be? I assume you are aware that another incident occurred during yesterday's trial. I'm speaking, of course, of the assault on Mr. Justice in the ruins of courtroom number 4. Uh-oh, why is he bringing that up? Yes, what a truly harrowing experience it must have been. Poor Mr. Justice. At the time of the attack, Mr. Justice was not alone. He was with the defendant, Miss Juniper Woods. He isn't going where I think he's going with this, is he? The prosecution wishes to indict Mr. Woods on the charge of Mr. Justice's assault. Wow. Hi, Astrofish. How are you doing today? Thank you for the raid. How's Paranorma Site? That's a game my brother said is good. How are you doing today? Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you. Thank you. We're playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies and Chad is telling me what to present. So if that sounds fun, consider sticking around. And you can check all the evidence at this website. And eventually it will be an extension that will be on Twitch itself, likely on Tuesday, once it's approved. Anyway, back to the case. Order in the court. Mr. Payne, the incident under the deliberation here is the courtroom bombing. The assault on Mr. Justice has nothing to do with this trial. But I believe there is a connection between this case and Mr. Justice's assault. Please take a moment to consider these facts. Both events occurred in courtroom number 4. This is the location in the courtroom number 4 where the unconscious Mr. Justice was discovered. As you can see, it's quite close to where Detective Arb's body was found. Courtroom number 4 diagram. The question is, why did the culprit feel the need to maliciously attack Mr. Justice? I gotta get this picture into the court record for chat. There. Make sure you refresh your evidence list, chat. Aw, he's waving. That's exactly what he's doing. Why indeed? What do you believe their motive to be, Mr. Payne? I believe Mr. Justice found something in that courtroom while Mr. Woods was with him. Evidence that fingered her as the perpetrator of the bombing. You mean he found some incriminating evidence? Precisely. And so I surmised that the defendant picked up a piece of rubble and hit Mr. Justice on the back of the head in order to silence him. Judy would never do such a thing. She was devastated when we found Apollo like that. Miss Sykes, please control your outbursts. It is the prosecution's belief that deliberating on Mr. Justice's assault, we will draw ever closer to the truth of the courtroom bombing itself. Very well. Mrs. Woods is hereby officially indicted on the charge of assaulting Mr. Justice. What? Why are you listening to Mr. Chupe over there? Although, considering our conversation yesterday... wonder what it was. He told me, I'm going to look for evidence to clear your name, Jupiter. Maybe the two incidents really are related after all. I would like to start by hearing from the defendant herself. Very well, bailiff. Please bring Mrs. Woods to the witness stand. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I can't seem to stop. Miss Woods. I guess she's still really upset about Apollo. Mrs. Woods, you were to the ruins of courtroom number 4 with Mr. Justice, did you not? Yes, I did. Good, good. If you would then, please testify about what happened to the court. Alone with Apollo. During the trial yesterday, I was overcome by a fit of coughing. Apollo stayed with me and we went to the courtroom ruins together. But then I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind in courtroom number 4. I swear I didn't attack Apollo. Why would I ever hurt such a kind person? So Mr. Justice stayed by your side while you were feeling unwell. What an admirable young man. I thought his loud voice was his only outstanding feature. Wow. He may look like a little hypnotized, but Apollo can be really nice too. Monthly cheer points are back. Immediately spends it on chat. Wow. Hope she didn't hurt her wrist backhandling that one out. Backhanded compliment. It needs more. Ah, I see. But one has to wonder, why did Mr. Justice stay behind in the ruins? I think Apollo might have figured something out. Something? What kind of something? Something to do with the courtroom bombing kind of something, I think. Steve-ish, calm down. Oh, new evidence for the case, was it? That's a very big kind of something indeed. I believe so. He mentioned looking for some evidence when I was called away. Just as I thought, there is a connection between the two incidents. But the defendant has told a very big lie, Your Honor. What lie is that? When she learned Mr. Justice would be looking for evidence, she attacked him. She attacked him to give herself a chance to destroy that evidence. For the points of this should be it. Okay. You just wanted to give me $1. I got it. No, I never. Miss Woods repaid Mr. Justice's kindness with violence. We found the proof of her foul deed there in the courtroom ruins. What on earth? The fuck, man? Do you see it? There in front of Mr. Justice's right hand? Witness the message he left us. It's written in blood. This is the, I honestly get a little sick and tired of the writing a message in blood thing. But like, has that ever happened in real life? Because it happens way too often in Ace Attorney, and 99% of the time it's forged. I'm curious now. Okay, it has happened. Yes. Hi, Doling. Thank you for that. Woods. Why is it that?
That's right, Your Honor. It says Woods in capital letters.
What?
I submit that Vtuber has left us with the name of his attacker before he fainted.
Apollo's assault photo added to the court record. No, that can't be true. Why would Apollo write my name? Gotta get this picture into the court record for y'all.
Mr. Wright, the nerve of him leaving that message. Why would he do this?
Hey, don't take it out on me. I don't understand it any more than you do. And we discovered Apollo yesterday. We didn't even have a chance to rush over to him. As soon as security heard Athena scream, they ran in and cordoned off the area. After that, they were in the courtroom number 4 with Apollo the whole time. We couldn't investigate anything ourselves and had to leave everything to the police. 1 second. No, he's not dead, JP. Just give me a second. Yeah, we're just trying to order ice cream because it's the blizzard of the month and they don't have it as an option on their delivery menu. So I have to type it in, and apparently Uber Eats doesn't let you do that. So I'm doing it through a different one because my brother doesn't have a fucking website for that. Unfortunate. All right, gamers. What else should I get? Croissant? I don't think I want a croissant. I'm gonna try and see if I should also get some food because I'm a little hungry. And I'm already spending money on ice cream. I might as well get something else. Taco Bell said, I'm not getting Taco Bell, it's Dairy Queen. I'm gonna get a burger. Last time I got their burger, I actually kind of liked it. Okay, done. All right, sorry about that, chat. Bill, I never thought they would find some bloody writing there. Now then, please begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I got their double flame burger. The flamethrower signature one. All right, chat, what are we doing? Pressing? What are we doing, bitch? So I just check. I'm checking how good the face tracking is when I'm looking to the left here. Pretty good, actually. Obviously not as good because it has less ability to see my face, but better than I would expect. Press all. I could do that.
Hold it!
Do you always cough when you get nervous, Miss Woods? Yes. Cough. Mr. Wright, please do not make Miss Woods nervous by pressing her so ruthlessly. But that barely even qualified as a quasi-question. Let's help her relax with a little small talk before we dive into the cross-examination. You know, ask her about her hobbies and her crushes and stuff. Her crushes? Really? I don't know about this. Apollo stayed with me and we went to the courtroom ruins together.
Hold it!
Why exactly did you go to the courtroom ruins? We went to look for my medicine. To stop my coughing. Your medicine? Why would your medicine be in courtroom number 4? I dropped it in the heat of the moment. Bumrap Rinny, he was keeping my medicine safe for me. He has a little compartment that I can put things in, you see? And Phony Fanty has the same type of pocket. That's where the bomb was inserted. I put my medicine for my coughing fits inside Bumrap Rinny. When I told Apollo about it, he said he'd help me go look for him. There was so much rubble in there. I was worried, but there was no rubble or anything in front of the witness stand. So when we got inside, Apollo went straight there and started looking for my Rinny in that area. It was so nice of him to do that for me, in spite of all his injuries. Apollo is so strong and kind, just like the trees of the forest. I think she has a thing for Apollo. The way she makes him sound, you'd think Apollo was some kind of ancient god. Oh, wait. I was about to say, isn't Apollo the name of... Oh, wait. So that's why you went to the ruins. I see. That seems to be quite an important fact. Please add it to your testimony, Miss Woods. Apollo started looking for bum rap Rinny near the witness stand, where there was no rubble.
Hold it!
The area around the witness stand. Are you sure about that? I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? No, of course not. I was just testing my hearing. Must not upset her. Must not upset her. Yes, I'm sure that's where we searched first. But then I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony.
Hold it!
That was when you were called to the stand after Mr. Tonate's testimony, right? Yes. The bailiff came to the courtroom number 4 and brought me back to this courtroom. And what about Mr. Justice? Did he come with you or did he stay behind? Apollo insisted on staying behind in courtroom number 4.
Hold it!
I'd better not ask her about Apollo. I know, I'll use some small talk here to get her to relax a bit. Do you have any hobbies, Mr. Woods? Hobbies? Oh, well, I love growing vegetables in my garden. And I love to knit. I like sewing too. I made this outfit myself. Keep it up, Mr. Wright, it's working. Now ask her if she has a crush on anyone. So, is there anyone in particular you like right now? Mr. Wright, is that question even remotely related to this case? To this case? Not really. Mr. Wright, you will refrain from asking questions unrelated to the case at hand. Sorry, Your Honor. -1 to brownie points. Miss Woods, please continue with your testimony. I believe you were telling the court about your attack on Mr. Justice. I swear I didn't attack Apollo. Why would I ever hurt such a kind person? So you think Mr. Justice is kind? Yes, very kind. He rescued me. He's like the sun, strong and warm. He makes me feel strong too. The only adjectives I associate with the sun are sweltering and oppressive. But then Apollo got hurt and it's all my fault. Shuni, Apollo's going to be fine. He's just like the sun, right? Well, the sun doesn't just drop out of the sky. You really think he'll be fine? But the sun does go down at night. Then that means Apollo could... Mr. Payne, I do not think much of men who make young ladies cry. Yeah! So Apollo was trying to help Juniper. Who knew that Apollo could be such a sweetheart? It must be pretty hard on him too, with all that rubble everywhere. Now that I think about it, there's something odd about what Apollo was able to do. You know, considering what Miss Woods said just now, I think you're right. That courtroom was in a very unusual state after all. Which leaves the million-dollar question, what would explain this contradiction? Anyway, let's see what happens when I present what I suspect is our answer. You will soon be freed from your work prison? Fuck yeah. Alright chat, what are we doing? Don't forget to refresh the evidence, by the way. So here are the statements again. During the trial yesterday, I was overcome by a fit of coughing. Apollo stayed with me, and we went to the courthouse ruins together. Apollo started looking for bum rap Rinny near the witness stand, where there was no rubble. But then I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind in courthouse room number 4. I swear I didn't attack Apollo. Why would I ever hurt such a kind person?
And for anyone wondering, this was the statement that was added when we pressed. And it's statement number 3. So, what are we doing, chat? What are we doing, chat? You don't know? Think, Crawler Gaming. Think! Use your brain! Which one is the rebel statement again? Also, I need to remind everybody that this is also case 1. Do not overthink things. This is the first case. Which statement is this one? Oh, it's 3. Zoldo wants to present the courtroom diagram to this statement. Oh shit, this picture got updated. They didn't tell me this picture got updated. Fuck you, game. Fuck. That's 3 yeses.
Objection!
Okay, let me get that picture updated. Fucking hell, the game did not tell me that it did that. If that's a consistent thing with this game, I'm gonna be annoyed. I'm not gonna lie. Because, like, how the fuck am I supposed to know? And I have to update pictures constantly? Ugh. Whatever. I'm sorry if that ever happens, chat. I am just but one dumb bird on the internet. I'm doing my best. That's right. I guess maybe he wanted to start from the furthest point in the room. He was being so brave and strong. But that's odd. Under the circumstances, he shouldn't have been capable of that. But he was, and he still is. He might not look it, but he really is brave and kind too. No, that's not the part I'm finding fault with. Someone has a crush on Apollo. What you're claiming is something that no one should have been able to do. But I should think that anyone can be brave and kind if they wanted to be Mr. Right. That's not... It's not what we mean. True, anyone can be brave and kind, but if you'll please take a look at this diagram. With the courtroom in its state, how is it possible to walk up to the witness stand? Oh, I see your point. The rubble blocks off access to the area around the witness stand. Does such a tiny inconsistency even matter? Perhaps the witness is simply misremembering it. Ugh. Great, now I'm not so sure it matters. A real man doesn't make mountains out of molehills, you know? That's precisely what Mr. Wright does best. I called slander, Your Honor.
So, was it really impossible to approach the witness stand? I have to say, it's a bit hard to tell with any accuracy from just this diagram. Mr. Payne, do you have any other photos of the crime scene? Let me see, Your Honor. Yes, I have one more. Here it is, a more pulled back version of the photo I presented before.
Apollo's assault photo updated in the court record. Huh? What's that hunk of metal on wheels? We've obtained a second picture. I am adding it to the evidence list now. Calm yourselves, chat. The picture is being added shortly. It has been added. Please refresh your evidence lists. Mr. Payne, is it the metallic object in the photo of Mr. Tonate's bomb transport case? That's right. Is there some problem? Oh, yes. That transport case was there in courtroom number 4 when the bomb went off. It must have been there ever since. Oh, that's it. Miss Woods, have you remembered something? Yes, I just realized. Its position. It's different from before. Its position? The position of what? The position of that big metal thing. The bomb transport case? Yes, when Apollo and I went there, it was in a different place. Where the cases in the photo was open space, so it was easy to search the stand. I see, so where was the transport case when you and Mr. Justice saw it? As I recall, I think it was more to the right. To the right? And that means... In that case, the case was over there at the time of Apollo's attack? Who cares where the transport case was when? What difference does this make? It has nothing at all to do with what we're talking about.
Objection!
Where the transport case was has everything to do with this discussion. In fact, it is so important that it's enough to turn the prosecutor's argument on its ear. What? Well, that certainly sounds very relevant indeed. And you sound as though you know where the case was at the time of the attack. Yes, Your Honor. This diagram represents the crime scene as shown in this photo. And this is where the transport course was at the time of the assault on Mr. Justice. All right, I have this. The bomb transport case was here at the time of Apollo's attack. Where was the case when Apollo was attacked? Hi, Bakiri. Luna Color wants to present it here. Your Honor, I insert that this is where the transport case was at the time of the assault. But that's... inconceivable! Miss Woods, was this where the transport case was when you saw it? Yes, that's where it was. Hi, Debundus. Thank you, Miss Woods. I'm sure the court has noted an interesting fact about this position. The transport case covers up the writing in the blood. Exactly. If the transport case was in that position at the time of the assault, then no message could have been written there because the case was in the way. Hi, Bronzel. How are you doing today? Which leads us to the conclude that Mr. Justice couldn't have left that bloody writing. Why should we believe the defendant's claim that the case was in a different position? He's obviously lying. The fact that the case was moved after the assault on Mr. Justice is proved by more than just Mrs. Wood's testimony alone. What? And where is this proof you're talking about? It's right here in the crime photo. I'm keen to see this proof myself, Mr. Wright. What in this photo indicates that the transport case was moved after the assault?
Want to present these? Is there a specific part on the skid marks you want me to present on? This part? Sounds like everybody's in agreement, so. Please take a look at the mark that runs over Mr. Justice's bandages here. I see it, but what is it? This mark was made by one of the casters from the transport case carrying the bomb. As the case was moved, it ran over his bandages. In other words, the transport case was originally to the right of Mr. Justice. Then, after Mr. Justice was assaulted, the transport case was moved. What? Just as Mr. Wood said, the case was covering the writing at the time of the assault. Therefore, it was impossible for Mr. Justice to have left that message in blood. No! Objection. You did it, boss. It was a real nail biter, but you pulled it off. Yep, that should bring down the prosecution's claim like a house of cards. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, that was a very clever deduction. It was nothing, Your Honor. Nothing but pure genius. Take that. Boss, I'm sensing a definite smug and braggy vibe coming off of you. I have just one question, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. If Mr. Justice didn't leave this message in blood, then who did? Huh? What? Oh! Oh no. And now my argument goes falling down like a house of cards. Well... Looks like I should have taken that train of thought through to the last station. Well, I've heard a lot about this. But this is Mr. Wright's famous bluffing technique, is it? I'm not fucking bluffing, bro. Oh, this feeling, it brings back memories of the old days. Back when you carved out a name for yourself by bluffing your way through thick and thin. Gee, Mr. Wright, the judge kind of makes you sound no better than a 2-bit con man. You made your argument with such confidence, Mr. Wright. Now I'd like to hear you answer with just as much confidence. Hey, until the judge asked the question, you didn't catch on either, Buster. Well, what now, boss? I hope you didn't bluff your way into a corner. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way through this. I have to dig my way to the truth somehow. Who could have written that message in blood? This is his younger brother, Bakiri. Don't you remember? This is Gaston Payne. Anyway, what's the answer here, chat? This is Gaspin? Yes. One more yes and I do it. One more yes and I fucking do it. And that's a threat. If it wasn't Apollo, who could have left the bloody message? I don't think Gaspin shows up in investigations. 1 second, chat. I need to step away for a moment. Take out my phone so that I know when the ice cream's here. Be right back. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. What are we doing here, chat? Donate? Are we committing to that? Don't think I saw enough yeses for that. This person left the bloody writing? And what do you base this claim on? Do I really need to base my claim on something? Boss? Of course you do. Don't tell me you don't have anything at all to back up your assertion. Nothing in particular, really. That won't do, Mr. Wright, but a penalty will make up for your deficiency very nicely. Ugh. So it wasn't Apollo or his attacker. When you think about who it was at the crime scene, there's only one other person who it could really be. Oh yeah, wasn't there another person who shed blood at the crime scene? If it wasn't Apollo, who could have left the bloody message? Bakiri, chat is playing, and chat told me to pick Tonate. We do what chat tells me to do. Remember, chat, you have access to the profiles now in the evidence list. You can now see the profiles. You can now check them yourself. That's enough people saying it. To be honest, I don't actually have any real proof of this. But I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Besides Apollo, there was one more person who shed blood at this crime scene. A person who shed blood? You don't mean... Oh, but I do. I believe it was Candidate's arm who left behind this message in blood. What? What? Detective Arm? Are you sure you know what you're doing here? Not really. What kind of ridiculous assertion is that? If you had said the attacker left the message to throw people off, it might have made sense. At first glance, that would seem to be the most reasonable explanation. However... Apollo didn't shed enough blood to write such an extensive message. Uh-oh. Ah, I see. Even the photo makes it clear there wasn't enough blood to write all those letters. And Mr. Just give me a second. My ice cream and food is here. Be right back. All right, I'm back. There's only one other pain that I know of, and it's the one from Great Ace Attorney. What? Oh, okay, give me one. Now, bitch. Why would they do that? Give me the spoon. Okay. Share ice cream? No. I don't know, Bakiri.
But why would Detective Arm write the defendant's name? There is no connection between the two whatsoever.
And I didn't even know the lady who was killed.
I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and the defendant.
That burger's pretty good, actually.
They had never even met each other.
That's very true. Well then, let's see. And maybe the intended meaning of the message is not what it appears to be. The intended meaning? Not what it appears to be? Maybe the message was not intended to be Woods. Coming from you, that's quite the bold statement, Mr. Wright. You wish to assert that this bloody writing could have some other meaning? Yes, Your Honor. For something I pulled out of a wormhole, it could turn out to be true, right?
It clearly says Woods, as anyone can plainly see. What other meaning could it possibly have?
Objection!
Kato-san was a detective. Maybe Woods only means something to the police. Like a police scanner code, for example. I didn't think of that. Yeah, you're probably... That sounds very much like the one from Great A's Attorney, Bakiri.
I have a thing for studying on the weekends, as you may already guess. And there is no such radio code as Woods in this state, dear, right?
Is that a fact? Don't look at me. I know as much as you do about police codes.
Enough of this. I was quite taken with the defense's new theory. But if they can't substantiate with anything, then I must end things here.
No, please wait, Your Honor.
If we discuss this theory any further, I demand a plausible explanation. So, Mr. Wright, what is the true meaning of the bloody writing?
Leave it.
And no stalling. If you can't come up with an answer quickly, I will declare this discussion officially over.
I'm in trouble now. What other meaning could it have besides the obvious one? Maybe it means something in another language? Or maybe it's a code? Think, Phoenix. You can do this.
Which piece of evidence will tell us what the word Woods really means?
All right, chat. Time to look through the evidence and tell me what you think. Thanks, Owen. How you doing today? I just wanted to smoke a pack of redwoods. During the weekend as lazily as possible? Hell yeah. Now, chat, I need you to solve this. Chat, come on. Use your brain cells. I know you don't have very many of them, but this is the time to use them. Hey! Foz, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? Remember to examine all of your evidence, chat. You bet it has, Steve-ish. Come on, chat. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Foz. How you doing today? We're currently having chat trying to solve this mystery. You brought friends? Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. No, answer the question. No, answer the question. Which piece of evidence will tell us what the word woods really mean? Here, use this link to check all the evidence. The box? The badge? It's obviously the badge. No, anyway, for anyone who's joining just now, it kind of got buried, but you can click on this link here to check all the evidence, and chat is playing along. Don't overthink this. Basically, we're trying to determine if this bloody letters doesn't say woods, then what does it actually refer to? And we have all this evidence to figure it out. And all of this evidence can be found in that link that I presented. So what are we presenting? There's not too many options. You want to present the box?
Take that!
The bomb transport case? I had it up to here with your shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Take a look at the numbers in this case, Your Honor. L10015R. Doesn't the string look vaguely familiar? L100? What does that have to do with anything? What could those numbers possibly have to do with the case at hand? Now, please take a look at the bloody writing showed in the crime scene photo. Oh, I think I see it. That a girl. That's one on my side. It says woods. You just barely remember this case. Nice. If you know the answers, by the way, try like for sure 100%. Make sure you don't spoil it for the rest of the people in chat. That's all. The first character isn't a W. It's actually an L and a 1. The next two are zeros. Oh my goodness! The true meaning behind the bloody writing isn't Mrs. Wood's name. It's the number engraved on this bomb transport case.
Objection!
What are you talking about? The next part doesn't make any sense. The next number is a 1, but the bloody writing says D.
Objection!
But the number on the case and the bloody writing can be made to match up quite easily. This is how the number on the transport case can be made to match the bloody writing. Well, chat. Zolda wants 2 lines. Blue Nightcrawler wants 1 line. Which one are we doing? Hi, Kiro. Say, this game's fine. Fuck you. Okay. Careless Corpse, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, guys, you all are presenting, and like, I need you to calm down. Which one are we doing? Statement 1. All you have to do is erase 1 line from the writing. Erase 1 line from where? Anywhere you like. Anywhere I'd like? All right, I'll erase 1 of the O's. Was. And what is that supposed to mean? Your state of mind, I believe it stands for wise, optimistic, dauntless, and serene. Boss, what in the world? This is no time for a psychology test. I can't say my state of mind is exactly serene right now, Mr. Wright. Ugh. I guess erasing just 1 line won't do the trick. Mr. Wright, please refrain from making things up as you go along. Now, try again. All right, what are we doing now, chat? Please erase the 3rd downward stroke of the W and the curved part of the D. Well, would you look at that? Leos? Leois? No, Your Honor. It isn't meant to be read as a word. It's the number L10015, which, if you take away the final R, is the exact same number that's on the bomb transport case. Erase 2 lines and they match up, you say? Well, I can change anything into anything else simply by erasing 2 lines. What if we erase 2 lines from your name? Would you be happy as Mr. Rye? Well, would you, Mr. Rye? The only right spelling is right. Okay, I'm doing pretty well here, and I think I've drawn the right conclusion. Detective Arm's real message to us is the bomb transport case number. Your Honor, the 2 lines were added by the real culprit to intentionally mislead people. What?
The original message Detective Arm left behind was the transport case number. But whoever assaulted Apollo changed the message. If you're right, boss, then what do you suppose Detective Arm was trying to tell us? Good question. What does this number represent? Do you see this number here? That is my identification number. Candace Arm lost her life in the courtroom bombing. Her dying message could only have had one purpose. No! To tell us the name of the one responsible for the bombing. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Mr. Wright. Tell us who she was trying to name. The culprit that the victim was trying to identify is none other than... That's enough yeses for me. The defense wishes to indict Mr. Ted Tonate on the charge of the courtroom bombing. Ted Tonate? Apparently, disabling bombs isn't Mr. Tonate's only specialty. Somehow, the victim must have realized that he was the bomber. So when she was caught in the blast, he left his bomb transport case number as her dying message. To use Mr. Tonate's own ID number to finger him for the crime. Why would anyone go out of their way to write an ID number? Wouldn't they simply write the person's name? He's got a good point there. What do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? That only Detective Arm would know the answer to that, but allow me to offer a theory. Perhaps Detective Armory couldn't recall Mr. Tonate's name in the heat of the moment. As I recall, this was the first meeting between the two. It's entirely possible they wouldn't have been familiar with each other. Or maybe using the ID number was a way to hide its true meaning from the real culprit, thus lowering the odds that they would erase the bloody writing. Name is just Detonate? Yes, it is just Detonate. The fact remains, she wrote Mr. Tonate's ID number. Now, just one moment here. There hasn't been any proof yet that it was indeed Detective Arm who wrote it. The bloody writing wasn't found during the investigation after the blast. If Detective Arm had left the message, it should have been found at that time.
Objection!
Naturally, Mr. Tonate hid it before anyone could discover it. And there's a simple explanation for how he was able to do so. What? Mr. Tonate was able to cover the message up because he's... Enough people already said too. The first person to discover the bloody writing was Mr. Tonate himself. I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but I ended up discovering a dead body. When Mr. Tonate saw that the victim had written his ID number, he used the bomb transport case to cover up the bloody writing as a stopgap measure. Oh, so that's why the message of blood was under the transport case. He didn't have enough time to try and scrub away the writing. If he didn't report the blood body right away, he would look suspicious. So those letters lived on to serve another function. And Mr. Tonate used them in another incident. Oh, the assault on Mr. Justice! Exactly. Mr. Tonate hit upon a plan to use the bloody writing for his own purposes. So he didn't clean it away. Instead, he made it look like Mr. Justice wrote it, by adding 2 lines to the writing that Detective Arm left behind. He changed the meaning of the message. He made it look like that Mr. Justice was accusing Mr. Woods of the attack. So that means the only person who could have altered the bloody writing was the courtroom bomber, who was the same person that assaulted Mr. Justice. And that person is Ted Tonate. Yeah!
Order in the court. Order, I say. Give me a second, chat. I'm eating the cream of ice. Okay. All food gone. Looks like we'll have to hear from the bomb specialist himself. Mr. Payne, please have Mr. Trede take the witness stand. Yes, Your Honor. That was great, Mr. Wright. Just doing what I do best, which is flying by the seat of my pants. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I look forward to seeing you try. I finally drawn Mr. Tennant back onto the witness stand. Looks like you'll get your wish, Goggle Man. Now watch me take your lies apart. Mr. Tornate, I'm afraid we have a few more questions for you. I understand the situation, Your Honor. I was keeping a close eye on the proceedings from the gallery. The allegations are all laughable.
Objection!
I wouldn't be laughing if I were you, Mr. Tonate. The message in blood matches your ID number. The same ID number that is there on that bomb transport case. Such a far-fetched theory, no better than a tangled ball of wires. I'll have them untangled for you in no time at all. You were the first person on the scene after Detective Arm left her message in blood. You were the only one who could have hidden the writing and then used it again later. I see ×2, but then let me ask you, do you have any proof that Detective Arm wrote that message? That's a very good question. Well, do you, Mr. Wright? The best way to prove that Detective Arm wrote that message is to... Well, chat, what are we analyzing? The second statement? Your Honor, I request that a DNA test be performed on the blood itself. Once we know whose it is, it will be obvious as to who wrote the message. Very well. Pigliff, please put in a request for a DNA test with the forensics team. Yes, Your Honor. It will be some time before we have the results of the analysis. Until then, let's hear more from the witness. I would like nothing more, Your Honor. I want the court to hear how ridiculous the defense's theory is. After the explosion. I admit I was the first one on the scene after the explosion, but there was no bloody writing there at the time. Anyway, there is no way Detective Arm could have written it. She struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom exit entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. So you're saying that the victim's body was nowhere near where the writing was? Precisely. It is as plain as day that she could not have written it. Did my map get updated? No, okay. It's true that the body was discovered near the entrance to the courtroom. Please have a look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there is blood on the rubble near the victim's body. She must have died after hitting her head there. Courtroom bombing photo added to the court record. I see. All right then, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Do you have what it takes to take my infallible testimony apart?
Now let's get this picture and the evidence for you all. It has been added! Like the god I am! Assert dominance. Bite your laptop. What the fuck? I admit I was the first one on the scene after the explosion, but there was no bloody writing there at the time. Anyway, there is no way Detective Arm could have written it. She had struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. All right, chat, what are we doing? Are we presenting? Are we pressing? What are we doing? Press all? I could do that. Why were you the first person on the scene? To secure the area, it is regulation for a bomb disposal specialist to enter first. In other words, you had the opportunity to alter the bloody writing then, didn't you? Well... Mr. Wright, please don't interrupt. Mr. Tornade is about to give testimony that will show just how wrong your reasoning is. Darn, I think he was just about to say something interesting too. When I went in and saw the aftermath, well, it was quite the disaster. But there was no bloody writing there at the time. You were able to tell this even with those goggles on? With these goggles, there's no way I could have missed something like that. I can see quite well with them. In fact, I can see every hair on your spiky head. Oh, you have a few grays, Mr. Wright. What? Poor Mr. Wright. You're always working so hard keeping our office together. Wait a minute, I don't have any gray hairs. Just kidding.
Objection!
I object to the witness's attempt to prematurely give me gray hair. Mr. Tornade, this court frowns upon untoward comments on a person's hair or lack thereof. I'm sensing a great wave of sorrow coming from the judge. My apologies, Your Honor. May I please continue my testimony? Anyway, there's no way Detective Arm could have written it. If she didn't write it, then who do you propose did? Mr. Justice, of course. Just before dying, he wrote the name of his attacker, Juniper Woods. A final message from your poor subordinate. Poor Mr. Justice. I'm sorry to get all misty-eyed. Apollo is not dead, folks. So how can you be so sure it wasn't Detective Arm who wrote the message? It is very simple. She had struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. Do you imagine she was thrown back by the force of the blast? A bomb can inflict damage not only from the explosion itself, but also substantial secondary damage from the blast wind. The bomb unfortunately hit her head on some rubble. It's stated in her autopsy report as well. Cause of death, trauma to back of head. Ah, the autopsy report. I better take another look at that. Now do you see, Detective Arm could not have written that message. The reason for that being, she was too far away from where the bloody message was found. Isn't it possible she could have crawled to the area of the bloody message? If that were true, then how did she return to the spot near the entrance? Maybe she crawled back after writing it. Hey, did this guy just me? Would you like to get down on the floor and give us a demonstration of your theory? Huh? No, thank you. The victim's body and the writing are several yards away from each other. There's no way she could reach. Quite the conundrum. So that means something is off somewhere. There must be a contradiction. Ah, maybe the body was moved? But that doesn't explain how blood got onto the rubble. What if that was done by the real culprit after the fact? If that's the case, then something about that might contradict the evidence we have. All right, chat, what are we doing? What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? I admit I was the first one on the scene after the explosion, but there was no bloody writing there at the time. Anyway, there's no way Detective Arm could have written it. She had struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. All right, chat, what message? What are we doing? The pink and yellow because funny reference. Wait, reference to what? Am I stupid? Yes, I am. Great. I love being stupid. Gives me life. Spampton from Delta Room. Oh, I didn't play Chapter 2. I mean, I know of Spampton, but I never played Chapter 2. I'm waiting for Chapter 3 and 4 so I can play them all together. Anyway, chat, it's enough about fucking Spampton. Answer the fucking question. Where's the contradiction? Where's the contradiction, chat? I admit I was the first one on the scene. There was no bloody writing there. There is no way Detective Arm could have written it. She had struck her head on rumble and died near the courtroom entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. What's the answer, chat? Check your fucking evidence. Check your fucking evidence. Check the fucking evidence. Can I lean to the right for a moment? By right, do you mean like right in the direction that would it would look like I'm leaning to the right, or like my right? My right? You wanted to see the statement numbers. I get it now. Can I stop leaning now? Are you good? On statement 4? You want to present the picture that's literally on the screen to the statement where the picture's on the screen? Are you sure about that? I love how both Zolto and Robotic are like, yeah, I agree with that. Even though I said wrong one. You're not sure at all, actually? Hanatoro wants to present the autopsy report on this statement. Do we agree with Hanatoro?
Objection!
You are a terrible liar, Mr. Tonate. Take a look at this autopsy, specifically the part about Detective Arm's head injury. Cause of death, trauma to back of head caused by impact with a flat object. Yes, what about it? Now take a good look at the bloody piece of rubble. It's sharp and pointed. Hey, you're right, boss. It is pointy. Just like your hair. That is odd, isn't it? What could be the meaning of this contradiction? I believe it means the victim did not hit her head on this piece of rubble. The bloodstain you see is just another fabrication. Its purpose is to mislead us into thinking the victim died near the courtroom entrance. Are you claiming the culprit moved the victim's body? That's exactly what I'm claiming. The victim hit her head at some other location, most likely on the floor or some other flat surface. And this location was somewhere near where the bloody writing was found. In that case, she definitely could have written the message. Your Honor, I have the results of the bloodstain analysis. Ah, very good timing. Let's take a look. According to this report, the message was written in Detective Arm's blood. And as the defense claims, only parts of the message that were added afterwards were written in Mr. Justice's blood. It would appear that the defense dissertation is correct after all. Bloody writing analysis added to the court record. Yes, you did it! You were right, boss! Evidence added. Don't forget to refresh. Now I have to drive it home. I'll have to take a good look at the bloody writing analysis later. On one. Mr. 28, it is now apparent that you have told several lies to this court. I hope you have some sort of explanation for yourself. Fine, I will confess. You will? But then why are you so calm? This time, I will tell the truth. The truth. It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. He very plainly wrote L10015R. I was shocked, but I did not detonate the bomb. Detective Arm must have mistaken me for the real bomber. Not wanting to be accused, I moved the body and covered the writing. My bad. I see. So it is your assertion that you merely moved the body. Is that it? That is correct. I did not kill Detective Arm. Oh, well, if that's all you did, then... Wait a minute! That is in itself a criminal act! Glad to see you finally crossed that finish line, Your Honor. Very well, then. Your cross-examination, please, Mr. Wright. My bad, bro. It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. Let's press it till you guys have an idea. So you admit that you actually did see the bloody writing that Detective Arm left. My bad. I should have said so from the outset. And you are sure it was your ID number? I am sure. It was definitely my ID number. That number was assigned exclusively to me by the police department. The number is assigned to my goggles as well. So those funky things are provided by the police department. Although these are special goggles, customized by me personally. Speaking of personalized, these sunglasses of mine were custom made as well. They were specially created to be particularly dark and shiny. Speaking of special, my gavel is made from mahogany and was custom made as well. It was specially created by making it particularly loud and rousing sound. I can't talk. Wish I had something to brag about. Be all that as it may, I just want to reconfirm you saw the bloody writing clearly, and that it was your ID number. That is correct. My ID number was written in blood on the floor. She very plainly wrote L10015R. I was shocked. L10015R? And it was written after the bomb went off in the courtroom? Correct. I didn't know why she would write it, so that sent me into a panic.
Sounds like you were in quite a tizzy.
If I were in his shoes, I guess it would have psyched me out too. I can't imagine coming across the message "Sykes" written in blood.
If I saw gastric pain written in blood, it'd certainly make me gasp. Rest assured, Mr. Tonate, I understand how you must have felt.
And so you discovered your ID number written in blood at the scene, and... That is right. I saw it with my own eyes. It very clearly said L11015R. But I did not detonate the bomb. Didn't you? The victim may have had special knowledge of who the bomber was. I have no idea what thoughts Detective Arm may have had inside her head. It is not like I ever dismantled her mind to check.
Mr. Wright, if you have suspicions about the witness, let's see your proof. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Even school children know that. How many years have you been a defense attorney now?
Cut me some slack, will you? Yes, his name is Gaspin Payne. Isn't that great? Don't feel bad, boss. You just got your attorney's badge back after all. In that sense, you're still more of a beginner than I am. I suppose I should be thankful you're not a licensed psychologist.
Mr. Tonate, please continue with your testimony.
With pleasure. My ID number was left at the scene, but Detective Arm must have mistaken me for the real bomber. The names are wild, yes.
By mistaken, do you mean you have nothing to do with the explosion?
That is correct. That is why I was so shocked when I saw my ID number.
The victim may have suspected Mr. Tonate for no reason other than the fact that, as the bomb specialist, he was in charge of the bomb. In other words, a false accusation. It's vocational discrimination, I say.
I do not support discrimination of any kind.
Well spoken, Your Honor. If the victim had been found to be killed with a gavel, Mr. Bluesuit over there probably would have pinned the crime on you.
He would? Well, that's just wouldn't do. Mr. Wright, if you dare try to pin anything on me, I will find you in contempt of court. But I've never even tried to harm a hair on, or a strand of your beard, Your Honor. Well said, Mr. Payne, because I am so closely associated with bombs. I was afraid I would be prosecuted if anyone saw the bloody writing. Not wanting to be accused, I moved the body and covered the writing. My bad. You didn't think to clean away the bloody writing? I didn't have time. By the time I found the message, the blood was already dry. The police were waiting just outside for me to secure the room, and I still had to move the body. I was in a panic. With no time to spare, I temporarily covered the writing with my case. Didn't you think the police would find it during their investigation? Regulations, stipulations, only specialists may touch transport cases. Because of the danger, you see. I thought I would clean up the writing once they were finished. My bad. My bad? Does he really think that'll just magically smooth everything over? This guy is something else. I don't believe Detective Arm's gonna denying message is just some mistake. He won't wriggle out of this one that easily. What did Mr. Tonate see when he first discovered the bloody writing? There has to be a contradiction hidden in his testimony somewhere. Chat, time for you to find the fucking thing! You fucking go for it! Don't find the fucking contradiction! It's not even fucking hard! Go for it, bitch! Check 2. This one. What are we doing, chat? Presenting? What are we presenting? Check the evidence, chat. Check the court record. It's time to be a lawyer. Be a lawyer, chat. Be the lawyer you dreamed of. This is what Zoldo wants to present.
Objection!
I just want to make doubly sure that L10015R is really what you saw written in blood. Yes, it very clearly said L10015R. But that's odd, because that's not what I see.
What on earth are you babbling on about now? Wasn't it you who claimed that the Bloody Ready was his ID number in the first place?
Take a good look at the photo and the bloody writing analysis. Now tell me, does it really say L10015R?
Oh,
Something is missing, isn't it? And that something is the final R.
what is the meaning of this, Mr. Tonate?
Oh, right. Now I remember. There was no R on the end. It was just a slip of the finger. My bad.
Come back, my beautiful contradiction.
Mr. Wright, I'm not so sure it was just a simple slip of the finger. You have something for me, Athena? I sense that he's extremely agitated, almost panicked. He does look pretty flustered.
Well, Mr. Wright, it appears it was nothing more than a mere mistake.
I don't know. Did he really just make a typo? What about that R? Did Mr. Tonate really see it? Well, chat, did he? Maybe Mr. Tonate really did see the R, but there's no R anywhere in the bloody writing. What's going on here? Huh? Now that I take another good look at the photo, I think maybe... That's it! What is it now, Mr. Wright? Are you trying to imitate Apollo and his cords of steel? I've got it. So that's what happened. A slip of the finger. Is that really all it was? Because I don't think so. I propose that Mr. Tonate really did see the letter R.
But the photo clearly shows that there is no R.
No, Your Honor. Actually, just the opposite is true. The photo shows that Mr. Tonate actually could have seen the R.
If you're going to make that claim, then you better be able to point out what you mean. What part of the photo shows that Mr. Tonate could have seen the R?
Where are we pointing, chat? Present me? Wow. Enough people have said it. Please look here to the right of the 5. Do you see a little bit of red?
Oh, I see it. Just on the edge of where the floor is broken up.
That's the R that Mr. Tonate saw.
It's true that the witness wears some very, very odd goggles, but that doesn't mean his eyesight is bad, not his brain power. What part of that little smudge looks like an R to you?
But what Mr. Tonate saw wasn't that little smudge. There was a whole incomplete R written there, before the floor was damaged by the explosion.
Oh, well, that explains it.
Huh? Care to explain what you mean? Because you just proposed that everything happened in the exact opposite order. Yep, because that's the way it really went down. The timing of when the R was written turns everything about this case around. Now then, if the floor was damaged by the explosion, when was the message written? Well, chat? One more yes, and I say statement 1. With the bloody message running off the edge of the damaged floor like that, we can only conclude that it was written before the explosion.
But that's ridiculous! If that were true, it overturns your own premise.
That's right, it does. In fact, it turns everything upside down. The victim was not killed by the explosion in the courtroom. She was killed before the explosion ever occurred.
Order in the court. What kind of preposterous claim is that? Have you forgotten that the victim's body was found at the scene of the explosion?
True, but consider this scenario. She was hit on the head and killed before the explosion, or even before the trial began. Her body was sufficiently placed in the courtroom ruins after the bombing occurred. That way, it can be made to look like she was a victim of the blast. What? It sounds like we had better look into what the victim was doing before the trial. Mr. Payne, did anyone see Detective Arm before the trial? Let's see. According to the police report, here it is. One person saw the victim before the trial. And that person was... Ted Tonate. Wait, what? No one besides Mr. Tonate saw the victim? That appears to be the case, Your Honor. Oh, he's sweating. Did he really just type in ... and it said something out loud? Change username last week. Hey, Eric. What's up? Thank you for the thanks. I would now ask the court to recall something. Specifically, Mr. Tonate's words from yesterday. It was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb. Oh my! Mr. Tonate, just before the trial, you were with the victim. The two of you were together at the scene of the crime, courtroom number 4. Ah! I'm doing good myself. Your Honor, the defense requests new testimony from Mr. Tonate. We wish to hear what he has to say about his whereabouts just before the trial. Mr. Tonate, your testimony, please. My testimony? There is no need for... He's completely unnerved, Mr. Wright. You must have hit the nail on the head. Because of it. All I did was transport the bomb to the courtroom. I already told you. Blast this thing! I was only in the courtroom with the victim because of our work. I swear I was only transporting the bomb there. You and the victim were alone together at the scene of the crime. In other words, you certainly had the opportunity to commit murder, did you not? Miss Tisk, do you always leave yourself so open to attacks, Mr. Wright? What now, Mr. Payne? Yes, Mr. Tonate may have had the opportunity to kill Detective Arm, but an important piece of your assertion is missing. What important piece? The murder weapon. What do you claim was used to kill the victim? Well, Mr. Payne has a point. Even if Mr. Tonate had the chance, without a weapon, he can't accuse him of the crime. Well, Mr. Tonate? Yes, that's right! I didn't have any sort of thing that could be used as a murder weapon on me. I couldn't possibly have killed Detective Arm. Did he really have nothing he could use as a murder weapon? What is it, Athena? Just looking over the victim's autopsy report. I'm hoping there's something in here that could point us in the right direction. Well, it does say she died from trauma to the back of the head with a flat object. Yeah, and to inflict that specific kind of injury, all you would need is a flat surface, right? A heavy, blunt object with a flat surface could definitely be our murder weapon. Well, Mr. Wright, can you indicate for the court what was used to kill Detective Arm? I believe I can. Believe being the key word here. You can? Then please do so now. What did Mr. Tonate have that could have been used as the murder weapon? I'm sorry, Zinthra, your bit doesn't work on me. I'm immune. Probably has some sort of spam protection. Hisuin wants to present the bomb. Robot wants to present the box. Zoldo says yes to the bomb. Hayatoro says yes to bomb. So I think we have 2 yeses on the bomb, 2 yeses on the box. A lot more people are saying bomb, so we're presenting the bomb.
Take that!
Mr. Tonate, you say you didn't have anything that could be used as a weapon, but in fact, you had the perfect thing. What? What the devil are you talking about? You had this. That's the bomb. I thought you were trying to prove that the victim wasn't killed by the bomb blast. The bomb blast, no, but I believe candidate's arm was killed with this bomb. Because this is the blunt object that delivered the fatal blow to her head. Please recall the description of Detective Arm's head wound. Trauma to back of head caused by impact with a flat object. We assume this injury was sustained when her head hit the floor, but a blow from any flat side of this bomb would produce the exact same wound pattern. What's with him? Then show me some proof! Where's the evidence that I hit the victim with the bomb? Ugh, he's right. I don't have anything decisive. Did you find any of the victim's blood on the bomb? That would be decisive proof. But too bad, the bomb's blown to bits, it's long gone. Boom! Game over, yeah! Ugh. Mr. Wright, is there really nothing on the bomb in the photo? Ugh, I don't see any blood or anything. Wait, the timer display is a little broken here. Maybe it broke when it made contact with Detective Arm's head? That's definitely a distinct possibility. But unless we find a fragment with the victim's blood on it, it's not going to count. Ugh, I guess you're right. By setting off the bomb, Tonate managed to obliterate all traces of the murder weapon. What in the world do I do now? At times like this, I've got to change gears and look at things in a different way. Instead of looking for the things he wasn't able to hide, I should be looking for a way to expose the things he did hide. Ted Tonate murdered Detective Arm before the trial started. Then he placed her body in the courtroom after the bomb went off, which means there was something he needed to keep hidden until then. And I think I have just the thing. Time to present the photo that shows exactly what Mr. Tonate had to hide. What did Mr. Tonate have to hide? Thanks, Sapira. JB wants to present the remote. Now we're saying the bloody writing analysis. Why to remote? Oh my goodness. Hanatoro, why are you saying why to remote when you presented the bloody writing analysis? Chat, I'm confused. What do you want me to do? Saphira, thank you so much for the raid. How was Pokemon Emerald? You changed your mind? All right, we're doing the remote then.
Take that!
Your Honor, please take a look at this. The fact that Mr. Tonate hid this makes it decisive evidence for my case. Got some decent progress? Hell yeah. I'm not sure I really understand what you mean by that, Mr. Wright. I'm not sure either, Your Honor. Me either. Here's the penalty to inspire you to make more comprehensive assertions in the future. Well, that was a spectacular belly flop. I'm saving because I'm worried that you'll fuck it up, chat. But I can't back down now. I better reconsider what Mr. Tonate could have hidden. Ted Tonate murdered Detective Arm before the trial started. Then he placed her body in the courtroom after the bomb went off, which means there was something he needed to keep hidden until then. And I think I have just the thing. Time to present the photo that shows exactly what Mr. Tonate had to hide.
All right, chat. Stop being bad. I have to consider what Mr. Tonate could have hidden. Ted Tonate murdered Detective Arm before the trial started. Then he placed her body in the courtroom after the body went off. Time to present the photo that shows exactly what Mr. Tonate had to hide. Sapira, check it. Here you go, Sapira. Go to that website and you can check it. Okay, seems like everyone's saying yes to the courtroom bombing photo, so. Your Honor, there's something we've all been overlooking. If the murder took place before the trial, then Mr. Tonate would have had to hide the body somewhere during the trial. Hey, you're right. And if we figure out where that hiding place was, exactly, we might be able to find some evidence we could pin him down with. So where could Mr. Tonate have hidden the body during the trial? Saying a lot of people say box. I mean, it's technically called the bomb transport case, not a box, chat. It's box shaped, true. Anyone, I need more yeses for this, by the way, just to make sure we lock it in.
Take that!
Wait, a box big enough for a body, a box that was in the courtroom the whole time, a box nobody would touch if they thought there was a bomb in it. Mr. Tonate. What is it? Do you finally have some decisive evidence to show me? No, you're the one who's going to show it to me. Come again. You heard me. Now, show me what's inside that bomb transport case. What? Why? No, there's no need. I've got him now. Just before the trial, you killed the victim with a blunt object. And then you placed her body in the ruins of the courtroom after the bomb went off. Clearly, you were trying to make it look like she died in the explosion. But where was the body hidden during the trial? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. The answer is right here. Inside a box made of thick alloy plating that can withstand any impact. Oh, no, that's completely false. If it's false, you should have no objections to showing us your transport case. So, let's open it up and take a look inside, shall we? Let's not. Not if you value your life. What's he up to now? Remain calm and listen carefully. This bomb will detonate in 5 minutes. What? Huh? I repeat, this HH-3000 will detonate in 5 minutes. What's going on? Your Honor, I recommend you adjourn this trial before this bomb goes off. Mr. Tonate, are you threatening me? I am the only one who can disable this bomb. If you do not want to die, your only option is to listen to me. But Mr. Tonate, didn't you say that's just a training model? A fake to practice on? I did, but I also lied. This is the real deal. This is the HH-3000. But the HH-3000 was used to blow up courtroom number 4, wasn't it? How do you know it was the real HH-3000 that blew up courtroom number 4? Huh? The bomb that blew up the courtroom was a different one. One that I made.
What? Would someone to take that as a confession on your part?
Take it any way you would like. Just before the trial, I took the HH3000 out of the stuffed animal and put my own bomb into it. That was the bomb that exploded and destroyed courtroom number 4.
But Mr. Tornay, please be reasonable. Do you really expect us to believe a crazy story like that?
The HH3000, it is so unique. I had never seen anything like it. It is so unique that I could not replicate the detonation mechanism, so I just had to have it. Besides, did anyone look inside the stuffed animal during the trial? Did anyone check to see if it really was the HH3000 in there?
I must confess no one opened the stuffed animal to check. So there really is a possibility that the bomb was switched out?
No, not a possibility. A certainty. I did it.
So he had a real bomb with him this whole time?
You had better get out of here while you can. You do not have much time.
Order in the court! I'm out of here! It's gonna blow! Run!
You 4 are still here. Well, aren't you brave?
It's just wouldn't do for the judge presiding over this court to run. Well, that horrible explosion the other day.
The judge looks like he's about to book it for the nearest exit any second. As for Mr. Payne...
That is...
And he's off.
Mr. Wright, what do we do?
It'd be pretty pathetic to run now, wouldn't it?
But the bomb might really go off.
Only 3 more minutes, folks. Is that bomb really the HH3000? What should I do? What do we do, chat? Quick! Time's ticking! What do we do? Three people said 2. I can't run now. Well, it's been fun, but I will be going now. With my dear H3000, naturally. Oh, and by the way, I would advise against having me followed. Even with no remote switch, this bomb can still be triggered manually. If I think I'm being followed, I will detonate it on the spot. Farewell.
Hold it!
You're not going anywhere, Ted Tonate. Oh. Your Honor, there's no reason to be afraid. That bomb is a fake.
Oh, are you sure, Mr. Wright?
More of your famous bluffing, even at the risk of your own life.
Mr. Wright, none of your bluffing now. Not at a time like this. Lives are on the line here.
I'm not bluffing, and I have proof.
You do?
Yes, of course, Your Honor. It's right here in the photo of the bomb, clear as day. Proof that Mr. Tonate's bomb is not the real HH3000.
Really? Out with it then, immediately! Where is the proof that what Mr. Tonate is holding is not the real H3000?
JP saying the crack. You love crack. The display for the timer on the bomb in the photo is broken. Most likely, it broke when Mr. Tonate used the bomb to attack Detective Arm. But the display on the bomb in front of us is not broken.
Oh, you're right!
Therefore, this is not the real HH3000. Mr. Tonate was clearly lying when he said he switched out the bomb in the stuffed animal. The real HH3000 blew up in courtroom number 4. The bomb is nothing more than a fake, a model used for training purposes. Fear not, Your Honor. I will examine the inside of the bomb transport case myself.
Yes, please do that, Mr. Wright.
No! Stop!
What is that? Is that a blood stain?
Just as I expected. Your lies have all been blown to bits, Mr. Tonate. I'm confident DNA analysis on this bloodstain will confirm that it's Detective Arm's blood. And those results will conclusively prove that you murdered Detective Arm. How about it, Mr. Tonate? Think you can dismantle this decisive evidence? Dismantle it. You're too late. You missed your chance to run, so now you're out of time. This H3000's about to explode. Don't try to threaten us, Mr. Tonate. I've already proved that your bomb is a fake. It's real. This bomb is the real thing, I tell you. It's real. Yeah. Mad Bomber, party of one. There's no time left. It's going to blow. I have to disarm it. I have to take it apart. I can dismantle anything. I can take apart evidence. I can take apart bombs. I can dismantle it all. Dismantle, 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 dismantle. I'm not gonna make it. I'll do what they left to do. Stop. Made it! Game over. Dismantle attempt failed. It's all over. My life has been blown to pieces. It's all that stupid woman's fault. I was selling the bombs I disarmed on the black market. When I tried to take this one, she just had to notice, didn't she? She confronted me in courtroom number 4 that day. That's why I had no choice. Before I knew what I was doing, I hit her. It's all her fault. I was looking for a place to hide her body. She left a message in her own blood. The trial was about to start, so I didn't have time to clean it up. Now all this. I thought for sure I could disguise her death with an explosion. And that stupid defense attorney started sticking his nose into my business. My testimony yesterday, I went to courtroom number 4 and I found that kid all up in my bomb transport case. That's when I snuck up behind him and bam! And when the idiot police arrested that little girl, I thought for sure I could pin it all on her. Why? Oh, why? Ted Tonate, you are hereby under arrest on suspicion of the courtroom bombing and the assault on Mr. Justice. Your innocence or guilt will be determined at a later trial. Now then, I see that members of the public have returned to the gallery. One person, however, seems to still be running far, far away. Be that as it may, I will now announce Mr. Juniper Wood's verdict. Pain is just gone. Court is adjourned. All right, chat, I need to give you a heads up on the timeline of this game, like just in advance. So this game is mostly linear storytelling except this particular case. Okay? So, this is, you ready to hear the timeline of this game? So it goes case 1. No, it goes case 2, case 3, the first half of case 4, this case, the second half of case 4, case 5. That's right. This case takes place in the middle of case 4. And that will become evident when we get there. I'm just letting you know that right now, okay? Just so that you're not fucking confused later. Just... You did it, boss! Yeah, I guess we managed to pull it off somehow. It's So many mysteries cleared up all at once. It was amazing. Just sort of worked out that way, didn't it? That's not the kind of thing that usually just works out. You made it happen. And that way old prosecutor hightailed it out of there. That was great. Mr. Wright, Fina, thank you for everything you did for me. I'm so happy for you, Judy. Now you can go back home to the forest in peace. I hope the both of you will come and visit me there sometime. That would be nice. Thank you for the invitation. I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm not so sure you can make it all the way up to Junie's house. How high up do you live again, Junie? Around 3,000 feet, I think. What? That's no forest, that's a mountain! But, you know, boss, there's something that still bothers me about the case. One little mystery we never got around to solving. Oh, that? Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I'm just gonna save, because I think this only gives you one chance at this. Is this the unsolved mystery you're thinking of? So I think you only get one chance, chat, so tell me what you think the unsolved mystery is, and if you get it right or wrong, I'll present the correct thing. People are saying the remote. Do we agree with this? And that's what it's going to look like on the extension as well, Bakiri, once the extension is approved by Twitch and we get it back. Anyway, Steve, you're dumb. The remote? Okay, I'll tell you guys. Yeah, the remote's correct. That remote switch, right? Yeah, I wonder where it disappeared to. Maybe Mr. Jonet just got rid of it somewhere? Yeah, it is a pretty big thing to leave unsolved, though. Well, let's leave it up to the police to find. For now, we should be celebrating our not guilty verdict. I guess you're right. Hey, I know. Judy, shall we go report the good news? You know, to that certain someone. Okay. Huh? Her grandmother? No, silly, to Apollo! Oh, right. Oh, why don't we all go to the hospital together to see him? Great idea. I bet he's bored out of his mind. Okay. Okay. And so the courtroom bombing case came to a close. But the next trial was just over the horizon. There's never a dull moment with so many lawyers in the office, that's for sure. Apollo Justice, Athena Sykes, and me, Phoenix Wright. Between the three of us, there's no case we can't solve. When our powers combine, we're an unstoppable team. At least, that's what I believed. But all of that changed with what Apollo said to us that day. It was something that would put my faith in us to the ultimate test. Date, time, the right anything agency.
Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
Can you at least give me a reason why?
I can only say,
that this is something I must settle on my own.
Oh, why, Apollo? Why are you shutting us out?
What happened to you, Apollo? Ever since you put that jacket on, you've changed. And now, for whatever reason, all my mind keeps doing is returning to the day I first met you. He just went to... We had tackled our first case together, he and I, this past spring. Have a good one, Rune. And as we did, I came to know who he is and how he thinks. It was a very particular case, one in which the victim was killed by a mythical creature. JP, he just went to the office and said, I would like to take a leave of absence, and then walked away. This case is fun. I guess. It's okay. It's not the greatest case of all time, this next case, but it's fun enough. In Dual Destinies, I would definitely say that its strengths are its final case, though. So get hyped for that, I guess. Continue on to the next episode? We will, but I need to take a stretch break. Bear with me, okay?
Okay. I'm back, motherfuckers. Why would you do this? Why would you slam nothing like that? All right, here we go, chat. The monstrous turnabout.
Long, long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away. To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the forbidden chamber.
Night, night, Alderman. Sweet dreams. At long last, the revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
A few months prior to the courthouse bombing. I feel like I've never been a fan of that opening. It shows a bit too much, in my opinion. But what can you do? The case is still good, obviously. There's still way, way more it didn't show, but you know. What do you mean too much? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean too much? Guess I'm a little early. Oh, hey, Apollo. Getting an early start today? Yeah, this is the first job I've had in a while, after all. Well, aren't we all fired up? Well, it's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details. Work? Is that how he put it? Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again. You've really become a fixture around here, Apollo. Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. A lot's happened since then. But I've settled in nicely despite a few bumps in the road. My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still have a lot to learn. This is the Right Anything Agency, and it's where I work. Don't let the name fool you. It's definitely a law agency. But don't forget that this place is a talent agency too, Polly. It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trucy Wright, a budding magician, and adopted daughter of the agency owners, Phoenix Wright. She sometimes makes me help with her magic tricks. And what's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well. I was under the impression that I was a lawyer. Oh, we better hurry. Doesn't look like Daddy's gonna make it, so let's get going. Huh? Where are we going? What about the job you mentioned? This is the job, Polly. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now come on. Another day of not being a lawyer. I should have seen this coming. Well, this is the Right Anything Agency, you know? And there's no law-related work at the moment, so tell me again why I chose to work here. Where is Mr. Wright anyway? Daddy said something about going to meet an acquaintance. But don't worry, just focus on your job and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Well, let's go. We don't have all day. Wait a second. And another day of anything goes begins at the Right Anything Agency. April 17, 1:30 p.m. Nine Tails Vale, Yokai Lane. Yeah, this is definitely something you would see in America, right, chat? Where this is definitely America, right? This is definitely not in fucking Japan, right?
Ooh, so what are we doing way up here in the mountains? This is Ninetales Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here. Curse the localization constantly changing Japan into America. I know, but they've committed to it. They don't really have a choice anymore. Yokai? Oh, you mean the Japanese monsters? I guess that explains all these weird things. Speaking of which, wasn't Ninetales Vale founded by the Japanese immigrants? That's one way to explain it, I guess. That's one way to explain it, I guess. That's one way to do it. Yeah, they're holding a festival to boost tourism over in the Alderman's Manor. My friend who works there invited us. That's why we're here. In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy. Daddy said that with those horns of yours, you'd make a great addition to their festival. I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly? I don't think so. I could do without thoughtfulness like that. Oh, it's almost time. Come on, Polly. The festival grounds are this way. All right, guys, it's time to move to QB Manor Garden. All right, we're moving. You ever struggled to ask for something because you feel small? No, I can't say I relate to that. QB Manor Garden. Wow, this place is really something. It definitely feels like a different world here. Trucy. Jinxie! And this is my friend Jinxie Tenma. She's the one who invited us. She just happens to be the maid here. Two horns, a love of Fred. Are you a demon? No, I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. It's a demon. What the? Be gone, foul beast. Well then. We got sealed, chat. It's over for us. You look great, Polly. Fills in some of that space on your forehead. What is this thing? It's a warning charm. Jinxie puts them on all the monsters she finds. But I'm not a monster. Maybe I should have told her you're a good demon. Or you could just say I'm human. The red demon, emissary of the underworld. I got up early to do my hair for this. Can I take this off now? So you can eat me? I'm not going to eat you. February, nice one, secret. Tone down your chords of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of your wits. Don't worry, I'm already full. Please stay that way. Great, now I'm playing along too. Great. So I wanted to ask you about Ninetales Vale. Be gone, foul demon! Looks like you've been demonized, Polly, literally. I'm starting to wonder if I really am a demon myself. Don't eat me, I have food if you're hungry. This isn't working. We won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight. If only we had some way to prove you're not as scary as you look. Ouch, unnecessary roughness. Looks like I have to present some proof. Proof that I'm 100% human. I wanted to show you this. What is it? It's my attorney's badge. You see, I'm not a demon. I'm a lawyer. Really? You're a lawyer? Maybe now she'll stop calling me a demon. Does it protect you from Enma Tayo's judgment? Who's Enma Tayo? I read somewhere that he's the demon lord who judges the dead for their sins. Uh-oh, I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly. Can I go back to just being a normal demon? Please don't boil me in a scalding cauldron. I prefer a Turkish bath if possible. A Turkish bath? Isn't that more sauna than bath? Don't worry, Jinxie, he's a good demon. He'll save you if you ever go astray. Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir, have mercy on my soul. Ugh, I told you I'm not a demon. And Trucy, you're just making things worse. Ah! You can just leave that Emma Dio to me. Isn't that great, Jinxie? Uh-huh. I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife. Will someone tell these two I'm human already? So, Jinxie, I hear this village is the epicenter of the monster craze. Uh-huh. Barely anyone has ever heard of it before, but now it's packed with tourists. Really? So the monster craze is the reason behind today's festival? It was the alderman's idea, but I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling about Ninetales Vale. Prowling about? You mean like wild animals or something? Uh-huh, and they're hungry too. Man-eating monsters? And they're all over the place? Uh-huh, in fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, no one was there. It was the ding-dong demon. How else could you explain it? Well, when I was a kid, my friends used to play this prank called Ding Dong Ditch. Well, that doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. The demon Ten Mataro. He's imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber. My sins are fine, Pixel. Tenma Taro? The Forbidden Chamber? About that yokai you said was imprisoned here at the manor. Is it true? Uh-huh, he's a super evil demon named Tenma Taro. Here, take a look at this scroll. Yo, I like this scroll. Tenma Taro's the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary. So that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the Nine-Tailed Fox. I agree, Pixel. And locked away forever. So you're saying Tenma Taro is still trapped inside the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh, but he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe, because there's really powerful sealing charm on the door keeping it shut tight. What a charming security system. You could keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me the chills, so... Oh, thanks, Trixie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Wright. So, I was wondering that I need to take a picture of this for the record. Are those things on your forehead also warding charms, Jinxie? Yes, they're to prevent evil things from getting inside me. Papa told me to wear them. Evil things? Apollo, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead. Ah, okay. They have to stay there forever. Got it? I wonder what would happen if I did take them off. It's time for me to get back to work. Thanks for inviting us, Jinxie. You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, there's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect, but it's sure to be fun. Better not be a yokai parade. She'd probably drop dead from fright. Ah! Demon! Oh, wait. It's just someone in a suit, right? It's just... Ten Mataro! Ten Mataro? The demon from the Forbidden Chamber? Please don't hurt me! Be gone! Be gone! Be
run! Better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away! Charm! Where's that tie? Go to heaven, Charm!
Oh, she put it on her own forehead this time. She sure gives up quick. Tie and go to heaven charm puts it on herself. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes. He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? Your devilry stops here and now, Tenmataro. Now what? Look, Apollo! There's someone up on the roof! Ah ha 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 ha! That booming laugh! Could it be? My 9 golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness. With my band of 100 minions, I vanquish evil from the land. I am the wrestler of righteousness. Ha ha! The golden lord of yokai, the amazing Ninetales is here! Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro! Ah ha 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 ha! Hooray! Hooray! It's the amazing Ninetales! Up to your no-good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch. Ah! There's nothing to fear now, my child. I have banished Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace. Thank you, Mr. Amazing Ninetales, sir. Now I must be off. Another match and another foe to vanquish awaits. What was that all about? Did that wrestler just chase off a yokai? Looked like he came out of Alderman's Manor. That was the amazing Ninetales! He's a pro wrestler from right here in Ninetales Vale. But no one knows his true identity. Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. What was that all about him banishing Tenmataro? That was a yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual where Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness. In the end, the nine-tailed fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies our village. But the amazing Ninetales did the honors this year. So that was the big surprise, huh? The amazing Ninetales and Tenmataro, huh? Well, whatever floats her boat. Oh, would you look at the time? I better get back to work. Please excuse me. She's a strange one, all right. I think she's sweet in her own special way. Knowing Trucy, she probably has lots of friends who are sweet in their own way. Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of Ninetales Vale while we're here. The fun never stops, does it? Fuck, suplex the bitch, exactly. I think I bought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale. I know, because my wallet's running on empty. Hmm? What's with all the commotion over there? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? I hope everything's okay. It's terrible! Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened. The demon Tenmataro! He killed Alderman QB! What? Wait, killed as in dead? Yes, Tenmataro did it! Tenmataro? You stay here while I go have a look. Please wait. Huh? Ah! It's a Tenmataro warning charm. It should protect you, but please be careful. The Alderman's in the Fox Chamber at the top of the main staircase. Okay, got it. Tenmataro warding charm slipped into pocket. Okay, no examine on that.
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Help! Someone call an ambulance!
Shit, dude. The police arrived soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently the man impaled by the sphere was already dead, but there was one other person there and he was immediately rushed to the hospital. They're real and they're murderous. Thank goodness the other man's gonna be fine. Sounds like he'd only been unconscious. You think Jinxie's gonna be okay? I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. At least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. I'd sure love to know what crazy animal left those feathers and tracks. Oh, look, here comes Jinxie. Hi, Trucy. Hi, Mr. Demon Lawyer. Hey, feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened. So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead? Uh-huh, it was Alderman QB. When I found him, he was already... So the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive? Who was he? Oh, wrong voice. Diamond Tenma. He's the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenma Town. They arrested him. So, he's the killer? Ah! No, Papa didn't kill anyone! Papa, as in your father? That's right. Jinxie's dad is mayor of Tenma Town. No way. Yes, way, but he's innocent. This just got way more complicated. The victim was the alderman of Ninetails Vale, and Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenma Town, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do. I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there. I know. I'll try my best. Would you mind telling me a little more about the victim? So the victim was the village alderman. What can you tell me about him? His name was Rex QB. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox. He was really kind, and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler, and I even already knew the amazing Ninetails. A former pro wrestler, huh? That's something to keep in mind. With your father being mayor and all, I guess you're originally from Tenma Town, huh? Oh, we got a bunch of new profiles. So then, why did you come work here? It was to overcome your fears, right, Jinxie? Uh-huh. Plus, Mama was from Ninetails Vale, though she's no longer with us. She loved these flowers. I always wanted to live where Ninetails flowers grew. Wow, what a beautiful flower. And with exactly 9 petals, too. Just looking at them gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai. Who the fuck? Okay. He uses a test profile. Yeah, look. We're not showing that. Everything okay? Yeah, everything's good. I'm just checking stuff. Description, he is very normal about it. I am not normal. I'm not normal about them at all. Jinxie, when you first told us what happened, you said the killer was a demon. The warding charm on the Forbidden Chamber's door. It's been removed. The Forbidden Chamber's door. That big door that was barred shut? There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone. That's how Tenmadaro escaped. Oh, but when I try and remember what happened, It all goes fuzzy. Yes, Pixel. Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot today. Between the warding charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer. Apollo, maybe this is your chance. Chance for what? To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court. Ooh, me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have access to more experienced lawyers? You want to know what the detective said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a not guilty verdict in this one. Sounds like they're expecting an open and shut case. Don't worry, Jinxie. If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly. What? You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Oh, it's all over, isn't it? I'll be all alone for the rest of my life. All right, Jinxie's already lost her mother. All right, Jinxie, leave your father's defense to me. Attaboy, Polly. You're going to help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Yep, because that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man. Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I could tell you're one of the good ones. Red demons are usually so mean. It's been a while, but I'll be fine. Ready or not, here comes justice. Guess I ought to go and meet my new client. Ah, but before I forget, I better jot this down in my notebook. Hey, Apollo, what's the notebook for? Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record. I guess that's what you could call a to-do list. Oh, sounds handy. To read my notes, I just open the court record with E. Then I can switch between the tabs using Q and E. Oh, I almost forgot. So, about Jinxie's father. No matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away. Wait, what? His angry glare can paralyze you with fear. And some claim he can even shoot laser beams from his eyes. Well, maybe Papa isn't really that scary. A paralyzing stare, laser beams from his eyes. He sounds like some kind of monster. I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done. Okay, thanks. Ah, visiting hours. Perfect timing. Hope he's not as scary as he sounds.
Who are you?
Yikes! So you're Diamond Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Ah! Let me out of here! So sorry. I get a little loud sometimes. How incredibly rude! Sorry? Did I do something to offend you? A visitor when all others shun me like a common criminal! And here I am with nothing to offer. I am the epitome of rudeness! The epitome of rudeness. Wait, so he wasn't mad at me? Unworthy as I am, I, Damon Tenma, shall breach these walls, so that I may treat my benefactor to some tea, and maybe some cookies too! No, wait, we can do tea and cookies after we prove your innocence. How about you start by telling me what happened? I see. So tea and cookies can wait, can they? That was close. We don't need a jailbreak added to the list of charges. Seems like a good guy, but with a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood. Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask why you were arrested? Whoa! Sorry, I guess some things are better left unsaid. Bah! Excuse me? To think a public paragon such as I should be treated like this! This arrest should have never happened! Go on. I fear the ill effects it will have on our youth. Now I have but one choice. I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth. No, wait. You can protect the moral fiber of youth after you've been declared not guilty. I suppose you're right. Our youth just came to this close to quite a scare. My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Adam and QB. That's why I was arrested. Your prints were on the murder weapon? That's never good. Any idea how they got there? None, for I hardly remember a thing, you see.
I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something. What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head.
I see. A drug-induced slumber and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing.
Oh!
Was that some kind of strange laugh? Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted while you were unconscious. What did the police have on you as far as a motive is concerned?
Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the Alderman and I as of late.
Oh, was it personal in nature?
Nothing like that. It's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetails Vale with Tenma Town.
Surrender Ninetails Vale to Tenma Town now! Yikes!
That's what I told him.
I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm too scared. So, that's the motive the police have established for Alderman's murder?
Indeed it is. After all, Alderman Kubi was dead set against a municipal merger.
And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way.
Ugh, curses!
Mayor Tenma, are you okay?
Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this.
It'll work out fine. Just leave it to me. Only it really were that easy. I don't even know where to start. Thank you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma.
Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie.
Yes?
She already lost her mother. And now with me being held in here, I feel she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in a time of need.
Leave it to me. Trucy and I will look out for your daughter.
I shall rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about.
New friends?
Yes. It seems she made some new friends since she started working in Ninetails Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch too. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters.
Friends? Sounds more like a bunch of monsters to me.
Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up.
Ew, why am I so tired? I must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. A call? Oh, it's Mr. Wright. Justice here. Apollo, is that you? Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you? Trucy told me you've taken on a new case. Oh, that. It was kind of spur of the moment. He's actually calling me about a case? That's fine, but I have a favor to ask. Sure, what is it? I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Sykes, and she's passed the bar, and she just passed the bar. That's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Guess that was today. She took off as soon as I told her you needed help with a case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait, what? Where is she now? Probably somewhere in Ninetails Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need you to go find her. But I've never even met her before. What does she look like? She'll be the girl in the yellow suit sporting an attorney's badge. Okay, I'll find her. A new addition to the agency. Well, I'd better get back to Ninetails Vale quick. You've done it? What was the problem? Oh, wait. If it's invisible, that means there's something wrong with how you added bones. If it's invisible, it's likely a problem with a mismatch between what the game expects armature-wise and what you put in, which means something's wrong with the dynamic bones. What specifically is an issue? I can't answer that. There's like so many things that could go wrong. Oh yeah, suplex time. I already told you I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is. You can't fool me. You're just some delinquent high school student playing hooky. You stupid pig-headed! This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know. Looks like I just found Miss Asina Sykes. Why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested. Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Babe, shouldn't you be getting back to school? I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student. That's it. Enough of your lies. You're coming with me. Ah! Get your hands off me!
What the?
Think you can watch out for the bystanders next time? Bro, she's gonna get arrested for assault. Get rotated, idiot. Whoops, are you okay? I think so, but that police officer's out cold. I am so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something. Reflex? Sounds more like a felony. You're Athena Sykes, I take it? That would be me, and you are? I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Right Anything Agency. The Right Anything Agency? What a fishy sounding name. It's a long story, but it is a law office among other things. Didn't Mr. Wright explain it to you? Oh, right, that right. So then you must be. Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I could say the same thing to you. Suplexing me by the tail, please don't. Well, here I am. Now, how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always. Ah, of course. Feel free to ask away. So, Athena, I hear you just passed the bar. That's right, and here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me. A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18. 18? How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age? I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. You have to, please don't swing me around by the tail and throw me into a bomb and then get the great star from me. I would very much appreciate it if you didn't do that. All I could say is, wow, she must be a genius or something. I also studied analytical psychology. Thought it might make me a better lawyer. Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work? So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology. That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system. Oh, really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our client? Well, for example, I could try to listen in on a witness's inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget. How could you have messed up the blender, though? The model worked without blender. Maybe it's with how you set up the dynamic bones. Can you send me the blender project then, Pixel? With the new bones added? I'll take a look. Sorry, chat, we're doing some slight troubleshooting. Slight troubleshooting change. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Pixel, can you try removing the dots from all of the bones, including the ear 2 and ear 3 ones. Although, no, the dots shouldn't matter. Just because, like, cannon joint and upper arm have dots, but, like, I can't see any of the other thing that could potentially be going wrong here. Although, what are these end bones doing here? I think you can probably safely delete those end bones as well. I don't think they're doing anything. Those leaf bones. I don't think there's any reason to have those. Make sure you're exporting the model without leaf bones as well. I think the tail will likely have those as well. Yeah, delete those bones and then make sure that when you export, when you oh no, the end bones are just there. Yeah, get rid of them. I don't think that'll change anything, but just get rid of them. There's no reason to have them, so might as well try. But I can't see anything objectively wrong with how this is set up. Widget. This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget. It talks? Whoa, you need a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Now that I seriously doubt. So tell me about our clients. What are they like? Oh, right. You haven't met them yet. Well... And that about sums it up. He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father. Wait, are you crying? I'm not crying. There was something in my eye. They're called tears. Moving right along. Let's get down to business. Helping our client is priority number 1. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case? Special edition covering our case. That was quick. That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop? Rapido. Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with Spanish? Tenmataro was seen... What? He was seen flying through the sky? Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetail's Vale. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently that photo was shot right after the murder occurred. Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. I'm not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved. Wait a second. Yokai isn't one of those Japanese monsters? Mein Gott, you don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you? No, of course not. Now German? Why not plain old English? Special edition paper added to the court record. Dalele Apollo, let's get cracking on that crime scene already. All right, chat, I do need to step away for a second. I'm feeling a little wonky. So I'm gonna take a short break, okay? I'll be right back.
Okay. I refilled my water. April 17, QB Manor of Foyer. Do you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look! There's a TV in that little room in the corner. In other news, the mysterious masked wrestler, the amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing according to sources close to the wrestler. It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with the Tenmataro's recent escape. That wrestler's gone missing. Hey, you two, you don't belong in here. Eek! Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious. What about them horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me. Horns? That's my hair. Anyway, we're lawyers and we're here to... You're them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, ain't you? You should reckon with that is better looking bracelet you got there. The name's Phineas Filch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet you. Same here. Wow, talk about a quick change of heart. Oh, so tell me, demon lawyer. Bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeebers out of witnesses, huh? Come here, you little horn demon, you. Ouch! These horns I mean, my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone. Seems a mighty big waste of perfect little horns, if you ask me. And again, ain't none of my business, so, that was fast. Guess he's done with me. Well, I'd best get back to work. Halt! Stop right there! Huh? Me? Apollo, your bracelet's gone. Ah! Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found that you're clearly wearing it. Somehow, I don't think that will be necessary. Just check your wrist right now. Ah! The cat's out of the bag! It was barely in the bag in the first place. That was a pretty pathetic attempt. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Just gonna control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. Sheesh, I almost feel sorry for him now. Wait, what do you mean they don't have any weight? They should have weight. Yeah, they have weight. What are you talking about? Everything seems to move okay in the... Wait, what? Does it have a vertex group for some reason? Yeah, it should. Well, let me check my mantled beast. One sec.
Oh, mine's exactly the same way. I don't think that should matter. But yeah, I guess you could delete that phone. I don't think that would cause a problem, but maybe just in case. You know? Just better play it safe than sorry. What should we do about him, Apollo? Well, I got my bracelet back, and he seemed sorry enough, so... I knew you'd understand, Mr. Lewis. He obviously got a big heart. As big as the wad of cash in your wallet, I hope. You leave my wallet out of this. Oh! Hey, didn't you just finish apologizing for stealing from us? Run away, run for the hills! Get back here, you! Talk about a quick escape. Huh? Looks like he dropped a few things. This fucking guy, dude. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer. He left his shoes behind, too. This guy's the living definition of a bumbling thief. Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back next time we see him. As for the diagrams, I say we keep them. They look like something the police might try. Wonder where the caretaker got them. Crime scene diagram added to the court record. Foyer diagram added to the court record. Now then, as I recall, the Fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs. Don't fuck with engineers at all. The only things you should be fucking with, Pixel, are the ones you added. Do not touch anything else. Do not. Don't even think about it. Whoa. All right, I gotta get pictures of this for you, chat. Because I'm such a nice streamer that does everything for you. Okay, refresh your evidence and everything should be up. Where all these black feathers and weird tracks come from? The popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro. You mean the great evil has returned? Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene. Oh, fuck, I need to get my best voice off of this guy. And who are you? Are you with the police? I ask first, who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene. Under arrest? But save it for the boys back at HQ. Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch. Please wait, we're May and Tenma's lawyers. Why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I heard about. I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious though. I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day. Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Oh boy, this guy's a story and a half. So, what can I do for you? So, would it be okay if we had a look around? Certainly not. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Didn't you make an exception? Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Ah, yikes, is he reaching for his? In justice we trust. Yeah, it's just as bad. You may be Mayor Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross a police line. Apollo, let's see if we can't change his mind. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I bet he's as dense as heroes come. You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody's crossing this line without authorization. I'm a wall of justice keeping injustice, that would be you, at bay. I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Justice and me, you say? That's right. Are you trying to say that justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? What? No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice. No, it can't be. You have him on the ropes now, Athena. If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through? But guarding the crime scene is part of justice too. Sure. But only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right? Ah! Whose justice is the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Oh, Lady Justice, what would you have me do? I think we really got to him. Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go. Our pleas for justice might have had a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around. After all that about authorized personnel only, this was surprisingly easy. Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just? Well, let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right? Right. A search of the crime scene should turn up some evidence we can use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles. You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right? We move the cursor with WASD and change our perspective with B and M. If there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap. Okay, leave no stone unturned. Nous allons commencer. Let's get started. So this is where Alderman QB's body was found. Apparently the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it. And that's not good. Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here! Yikes! Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... in the name of justice, I must say goodbye. What was that all about? These weird tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the Alderman's blood. Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing? They're pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird. And it must be one big bird, and not one of the friendly yellow type either. Maybe it's some mutant bird creature. So your theory is a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman QB with a spear. It's more plausible than saying a monster or a yokai did it. Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is by definition a monster. The Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenma Taro was imprisoned in there before his escape. Think we could get this door open? It's worth a try. No good. It's shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless. In justice we trust. Yikes. Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of culture found in this manner, so we can't blow it up either. So an unopenable door, right. According to Mr. Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene. Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful. Ah! Forget I just said that! So the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I better keep in mind. Look, this statue only has one tail. Maybe it's the nine-tailed fox's sidekick? I bet the number of tails represents a yokai's power. So if you had two, Apollo, I'd only have one? Wait, what? Not that it means you're better than me, got it? Like I said, what? Nothing much to see on this side. Maybe I should go check the other side? There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can't lift it up and... Freeze! Yikes! No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers. He does have a point there. Hey, Detective Fulbright, did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth. Aren't you waited until now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust. That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more. The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight. Looks like a large blood-stained cloth. The blood's probably the alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Wonder how it got here. And why does this seem important? You just loved shouting objection. How are you doing today, Claude? Sorry. Yeah, this game's awesome. Well, you can play along with us if you want. That's the whole point. It's interactive. You can check all the evidence we have right here. If you want to play along, the chat can help you out. Wow, you say this is important, but then you don't add it to my court record. The fuck? Must not have been that important. Wow, this is a pricey looking chair. Apparently the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it. Really? Yeah, when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings. So he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about? Thanks, your imagination. How are you? That stinks. Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him. It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. There's something behind the door. Whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was opened. Why would anybody put something there? Could be a lot better. Well, hopefully I can entertain you then. Yeah, that wasn't very smart. Maybe it was Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and come running in here in a panic. Oh, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology too. I am? Wow, you really learned quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of Write Anything Agency. I can't tell whether she's serious or not. You know, if Trucy said something like that, I'd immediately know she was messing with me. Ah, fuck. I gotta go to the bathroom. I didn't go to the bathroom earlier. Now I actually do. Okay, I gotta go. I was hoping to hold it, but I can't. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Why are you saying that again, Stevish? And it gave you that pop-up. Oh. It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for. I read that Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show. You mean like my attorney's badge? Poor Athena. That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. It's okay, I don't believe you. This one's a spear, but what about this one? Looks like a giant pair of pliers. Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in a manga once. Really? What are they used for? Oh, things like pinching through cheeks. Ew! Pulling out tongues. Stop! Stop! Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes. Okay, okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that. Demons eat canned food? I always wonder what they ate besides people. Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there? Unsteady and restless. That's a direct representation of your current state of mind. Wait, that was some kind of psychological test? My diagnosis? This strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool. You're actually not that far off the mark. I've examined everything, haven't I? Bro, everything's got a check mark on it. Well, what else do you want me to examine, game? Oh, there's probably more angles. Yeah, there's another angle. Okay. What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro battling it out. Careful, Apollo! It's got blood on it! Really? Hey, you're right. Wonder if it's the alderman's blood. How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood? Well, this isn't the first I've seen something like this, so you're no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case. I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor too? Fox and demon statue. Look, trophies. Ooh, this one was awarded to Alderman QB. Is the extension enabled? No. So your imagination. Here's the evidence link. Stevish made some substantial updates to it. It looks awesome. Problem is it's not approved by Twitch yet. So it will probably be up on Tuesday's stream. But right now you can just check on the website. You have brought dishonor to the streamer. It's time for your ban. Yokai division? I don't know, you could have a division for one. Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. I have the perfect name for you. The mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, demonic masked wrestler by night. No one's going to hire a masked lawyer, Athena. Look, a cat with 2 tails. No such thing. Oh, and this lady has a really long neck. How funny is that? There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. She'd have a tough time swallowing. Apollo, I bet you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus. What's that got to do with anything? Hey, this window opens. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff. The window only opens about 6 inches, not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo, there's something caught in the window frame. Looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. It must be from some kind of animal. Wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman QB have a pet fox? Golden fur added to the court record. Guess that about wraps it up. Now, if only we can get that detective to tell us what he knows. Hey, Apollo, do you hear something? I don't hear anything. Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine. What are you talking about? A whooshing sound, like wind rushing through a narrow strait, and the echo of someone's voice. In justice we try. Ah! Ha ha ha! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverting through the air duct. I heard it through the air ducts? Yeah, check it out! But why would she hear you through there? Why don't we go to the diagram? As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through there and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears. And what a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something. Ha ha ha! A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct of the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you? I guess you're right. Speaking of things in this room. Yeah? Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright? Not on my watch, buddy! In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case. Aw, come on, throw us a bone here. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need. Yeah, I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of enemies' hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard? Well, how about this? Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto, to serve and protect. I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto. Yes, of course! I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice! We did it, Apollo! Yeah, we did it all right, but I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenma who first discovered the crime scene? That's right, and this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Miss Tenma had a key, allowing her immediate access. A key, so then the Fox chamber was locked? Yes, and Miss Tenma had the only key to its door. Really? So Alderman Kiwi didn't have a key to the Fox chamber. Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder. Disappeared? You think the killer took it? So true, Pixel. And that does sound cute, Kite. It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Ms. Tenma's discovery that I think is the most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha 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 ha! You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean. I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good little boys and girls. Shameless rascal? Who even says that? Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Crime photo added to the court record. Let's take a picture, chat. Take a picture and put a pin in it. Aw, yeah, baby. Those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind. You don't actually think the murder was some sort of monster, do you? What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it. Our prime suspect would, no doubt, love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature. Can Tenma, whatchamacallit, even be made a victim of slander? I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman. So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left feathers and tracks behind to make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer. Wait, what? Now I'm just as confused as you. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect? That's right! Even his name, Diamond Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. And he's really scary looking too. Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested? Ha ha ha! Don't be ridiculous! He was the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? Yep. Other than the victim, the suspect, and Miss Tenma, the only others around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time. Filch, the guy who tried to steal my bracelet, just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have a chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all? She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin the crime on her own father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear? Sure enough, that spear looks even bigger than her. That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit, Diamond Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect. I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it. Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial? That's the one. He's... how should I put it? Not what you'd expect. That's just unless you faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before. What the? Is this some kind of joke? Can I ask why a man in prison for murder is serving as a prosecutor? Because he's mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. The yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job. But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane. Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so none of us are in a position to question the matter. This really is the dark age of the law. This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackquill, would he? Bingo! Simon Blackquill. So you have heard of him. You could say that. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackquill. The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect his crime had on things. How so? His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law. What? And he, of all people, is going to stand in court tomorrow? Ha ha ha! Never fear. I myself will be there to protect you. That's reassuring, I guess. Well, you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow. Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off. What?
He's what? I am... I haven't even noticed! Why am I barefoot? You honestly hadn't noticed until just now? Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they? Yes! Yes, they are! My favorite pair, in fact! Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice. The fucking... Why did he steal his shoes? I'm not gonna ask questions. Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective. Stealing shoes right off someone's feet. That's pretty amazing. I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we got all we can out of the detective. So let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. Oh, this is just awful, terrible, I say. Somebody help! Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Finch? No, the name's Filch. Phineas Filch. Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. So what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch? Oh, it's just terrible, I tell ya. Come quick. Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Looks like some kind of mask. It's the Amazing Ninetales mask! The Amazing Ninetales? Oh, right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival's special event. What's his mask doing here? He'd never taken off his mask like this! Someone must have killed him! What? Who would do such a thing? Well, let's go talk over there in private. Huh? Look. There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. The Amazing Ninetales mask added to the court record. So what makes you believe that the Amazing Ninetales have been murdered? You really want to know, eh? You're a studious one, ain't you? Yes, I mean, just tell me, please. Hey, Lord Kilmore, thank you for the happy affiliate. Appreciate it. Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about y'all join me in the quest for the champion's belt? What a team! Me and my bandit's mask, and you in that demon mask of yours. Demon mask? Wonder if I can make it big. Why are messages being deleted? They're activating a command that purposely deletes themselves. It's a command that Stream Elements has. Well, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial. Huh? Oh, no. I wasn't actually... why did I let him pull me off topic like that? Come on, Apollo, ask him about the Amazing Ninetales' murder already. The Amazing Ninetales is our village savior, and don't you forget it. His trademark's a gold cape made to look like 9 foxtails. It whirls through the ring, smacking down Denver Town's wrestlers left and right. He sparked the monster craze, revitalizing Ninetales Vale in the blink of an eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town. Huh, the Amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster-like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess it makes sense since you're from the same village as the Amazing Ninetales. I know, a lot of people have told me I looked like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment?
Ouch! What's the big idea? Check your pocket. Hey, how'd you do that? Keep it. I got loads more. Amazing Ninetales glossy added to the court record. So you keep saying that the Amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? The Amazing Ninetales, chat. Are you saying he was murdered because the mass washed up along the river outside?
That's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. We're around Ninetales Vales. He was killed by Temataro.
You villagers are really superstitious, aren't you?
That we are. We love conspiracy theories too, like the mayor's diabolical plot.
The mayor of Tenma Town? What's he plotting?
Rumor has it he's planning on releasing Temataro. That's why he wants the merger. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control.
That's quite a tale.
Ain't finished yet. There's only one person who could have stopped the mayor. Our hero, the Amazing Ninetales. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenma Town and stop the municipal merger.
I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried. Apollo, we still have to ask him about the alderman's murder, remember? Mr. Filch, you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder?
I was in the caretaker's office guarding the entrance like Mr. UB said I should. And I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work.
You must be talking about this small room in the upper right. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from there. And you have an alibi to back up your statement, Mr. Filch?
I do indeed. I was with the mayor Tenma's aide. Florence LaBelle's his name.
So the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, all right. And nobody came in or out of the mayor at the time of the murder?
You kept watch here the whole time, didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, that their security camera would have spotted him.
And no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So do you think this mask is the real deal?
Without a doubt. This here's the mask worn by the Amazing Ninetales.
What about that white hair I found inside the mask? Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing. Then it places this mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... What does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the merger. No way. Could the Amazing Ninetales in the alternate actually be... Something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Wait, what am I doing now? Talk to Jinxie. I don't know where Jinxie is, bitch. Probably here. Nope. Here we go. Oh, look, there's Jinxie. Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and... Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products. A charm to make a better milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance. Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me.
It's the demon lawyer!
Ugh, not another warding charm. Apollo? Who is she? Oh, right. This is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene. Oh, so she's the one who... Hello, my name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at his trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Where's Trucy? She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case. Ooh, wait, how did I know you didn't? That you didn't gobble her up alive? Relax, I didn't eat her up, and I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place. Oh, poor little Trucy. I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself. She's quite an, interesting character, huh, Apollo? Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened? Not much. At least not yet. But you do think Temataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival? I don't know anything about that! Huh? But you said Temataro murdered the alderman. Okay, Jinxie. You could tell me. Ow! What was that for? People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters. Huh? What's gotten into her? So if there are no monsters, you admit I'm human? No, you're still a demon. Oh, I give up. It seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Temataro for some reason. But that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the Fox Chamber. Jinxie, about this charm. That's... You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Temataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right? That's true, but... If there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father, too. Alright, then. Why do you think Temataro is the killer? I saw him. Saw him with my own eyes. Temataro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison and ran right by me. What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw. I called the police after I stumbled upon the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Temataro. It was right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear. But there was no one around to help me. The foul beast raced right by me towards the foyer. Toward the foyer? Mr. Filch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Temataro too. Sounds like we better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her. Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught Temataro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Temataro Jinxie says she saw. Don't be ridiculous. Temataro is the killer, and he can fly too. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, anything else stand out? Actually, I heard this strange jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little bit more specific? My memory's kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Temataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound. Does Temataro usually carry a staff? Good question. I've never heard anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll. How about in other documents? Any of them show Temataro with a staff? This is the only known document depicting Temataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed. And what's the deal with the Temataro you saw, Jinxie? Jinxie's statement added to the court record. Bada boom, bada bing, evidence uploaded. Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she could shed some light on this. So, no one knows the Amazing Ninetales' true identity. Uh-huh. They say no one's ever seen him without his mask. Doesn't that make you want to know even more? Uh-huh. That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular. Wait, you mean expose, as in strip them naked? You don't even think like a demon! Apollo, what the fuck's wrong with you? The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers. That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's got to be a story behind it. No one can stop the Amazing Ninetales. Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the Alderman. Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier? Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell. Mr. LaBelle? Papa's aide. Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you? Keep the village superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime. Village superstitions? They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. That's something everyone here knows. Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me. Uh-huh. Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I didn't, because I'm not from around here. Hey, come to think of it. Oh yeah. Hey, you there. You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes. He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Steal my soul? Seriously? The guy at the special event thing said about the same thing. Well, do you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro? I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vale. Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question. I think we better go have a word with him. Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. Last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno! Next stop, the Banner Foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something? Somebody left something on the still of the caretaker's office window. Oh, it's a TV program guide. Looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It's a... Oh, Mr. Filch, what can we do for you? I bet she was going to stream Monster, which really isn't much of a stretch. Ain't nothing I need you to do for me, but what business do you got with my TV listings? Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, there was a match between a couple rank amateurs though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. Almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Wait, what the fuck are some of these shows? Married a yokai? What? Peekaboo, I found you, yokai of the Amazon. Join the hunt for Tofu Taro, a high-protein yokai. What the fuck? Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? It's a repeat? Oh god. I was like, you're sort of fake. Wow, Zoldo. For example, Tenmataro or something like that? Huh? This is Tenmataro? So you did see him. How clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir. But you shine it up every time you appear. Like the ladies must love it. Don't change the subject. And FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said she saw Temataro flee towards the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were here. Yipes! Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? Oh, look at this ugly son of sin. That is quite enough. I must ask that you not pester my friend anymore. That is a face to die for. Yipes! Forgive me for being pestered, sir. And you are? I am Florence LaBelle. Divine and personal aid to Mayor Dematemma. Do divine, more like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters. Oh my god, it's Arador! Oh my god! Oh my god! Our Raiders unite. Hello, hello, how are you all? We're playing Ace Attorney and Chad is the players. Happy affiliate anniversary. Yeah, it's my affiliate anniversary. Hello, hello, everybody. What's up? I'm Mika. I play video games and I have them, and I like Tails too much. Here, chat. Here, look at it. What do you think? What do you all think? You were hyping it up. Well, does it meet your standards? Does it? Does it? But yeah, I'm a variety streamer. I stream a whole bunch of different stuff. Right now, we're going through Ace Attorney. Hey, thank you for the follow. We're going through Ace Attorney, and chat is the one that tells me what to present during the chat segments. So if that sounds fun, definitely stick around. I play a whole bunch of different stuff, so a huge variety of stuff. If that's interesting. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow, Echo. Look at that. Okay. Hey, Ika, thank you so much for the follow. ICA Nikki, I appreciate it. The character. I know, I saw that editorial. It is really funny. Okay, let's get back to the game. And we just met this annoying fuck. So I understand that playing along right now might not be the... you made a clip? Go ahead. You can do whatever you want. It might be hard for you guys to follow along, but... I have an evidence tool here that leads to a website. Oh, sorry, I don't accept links in chat. So if you want to share the clip, you could do so on my Discord server or anything like that. So you can get, there's the Discord server if anyone wants to join. But yeah, that link up there that I put after the evidence one, if you click that, you'll be able to see all the evidence we've gathered. And during the court segments, you'll be able to tell me what to present if you could spot any contradictions. So if that sounds fun, stick around and be lawyers with us. Of course, if you know the answer, don't spoil it for the people who are playing along. All right, let's listen to this annoying fuck. Oh, excuse you. Ah, what the heck was that for? It was just a little cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of garments called Je suis la belle. Oh, what a heavenly scent. I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know that is brand number 5, Bonjour. It's my way of introducing myself. Enjoy. Where is my bottle of I do so I can return the favor? He does so farce. That is so true. He does. Oh man. Okay, let's get through this bullshit.
Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro. Why that little... So she told you she saw the demon, did she? Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstitions? Oh, please! I was merely trying to keep the traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this. I would stick my nose in this whole Tenmataro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. That much is true. He's one scary monster. That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real? Yeah, definitely play around, Echo. Once again, I'm just going to post a link here. You can that's where all the evidence, and it has all the descriptions of the evidence. You'll be able to shift through it, and you can read the descriptions to kind of get an idea on the case and what's going on. Fair, I'm a dip for the night. Adios. Okay, Stellar Phoenix, have a good one. Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster. Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see Tenmataro? Ah! Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? That's right, I didn't see nothing. Especially not Tenmataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That is why I can barely see you. I've got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Could I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime? In other words, you'd like to hear my alibi. I don't think you'd suspect me of all people. Oh no, it's just a formality. We ask everyone the same question. Ah! How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight. Like that spritz really helped. What would we do? What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Finchley. Answer the question. At the time of the crime, I ended here for you. Exactly. Good answer, Filchy. Good answer. This repeat much at all. Yeah, you said quite enough. What is with these two? Great, now he's got me talking like that. Are we quite through here? I'm a very busy man, you know. All right, well, thanks for your help. So these two were in the foyer, but didn't see Tenmataro. Come along, Filchy. Where would we go? Oh, right, I have to practice some statements for tomorrow. Yikes! My eyes! You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday. What does he mean, practice statements? Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch on my makeup. Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Tenmataro. Really? How can you tell? Well, it's kinda hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from the tone of their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice. And my cologne's primary ingredient is chloroform. My ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill, but what do you mean he's preoccupied with Tenmataro? I'm not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Tenmataro. That's what I picked up from his voice, anyway. Everywhere we turn, it's Tenmataro this, Tenmataro that. We should go talk to the mayor, too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tenmataro. Aw, my neck is so stiff, dude. Blah. 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 Something wrong, Apollo? Where did your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tenmataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst, ugh. Oh, he's here. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you. Mr. Tenma. Taro? Huh? Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you too. Glad he didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name.
Apollo, he's just as kind and gentle looking as I imagined. Lucky for you after that blunder you just made. Having spirits in his head, he might be. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going around about how you won or did set Tenmataro free. What utter nonsense! Yipes! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you. A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he? What he really needs to work on are his people skills. So rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Sorry if I offended you. Well, that's the talk around town, is it? I could see how that would make you angry. What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once! Her tormentors must be taught a lesson! No, wait, first we have to get you a not guilty verdict. Don't try to stop me! This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter! Hold tight, seat, Jinxie! Patty's coming to save you! Relax, we'll look at your daughter until we can get you free! Is that so? You don't need me to go straighten things out myself? Oh boy, they'd probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at her school. Oh, right. I had to ask about the reason behind the merger. It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism. Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played a bit of a hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it. My bracelet is reacting. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How can you tell? People inadvertently tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense. Because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, so you believe me? Just like that? Sure, each of us has our own special gifts. Oh yeah, Athena has a gift too, her special sense of hearing. So, what do you think the mayor is lying about? I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First, I touch my bracelet. Right, now let's give it a whirl. Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, the slightest frown that no one else can see. Now, Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he just made. And when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Alright, I've got him now. Not really. I never played that game, MRL, and it was kind of bad. I didn't like it. His nervous tell should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I've got to pore over every word he says and wait for it to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it. Mr. Mayor, please, you could trust us with the truth. The truth? I don't understand. When you mentioned tourism... Oh, I got it. Okay. The bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense is this? So what if it did? Please tell us more about your merger bid. What more is there to tell? Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you. Tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you've yet to realize what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so You felt it would be an attractive prize for its tourism, but that would contradict this. Look at the evidence, chat. What does it contradict? When this night's view is in? Yes, I do. Don't think too hard about this one. If you read all the evidence, it's kind of obvious. Don't forget to press the left and right arrows to see more evidence, by the way. There's multiple pages of evidence. There should be 13 pieces of evidence. And then when you're ready to present, press exclamation point present. Type 0 as the statement number because there's no statements. Can I check the log real quick? Here's the chat log. What are we presenting, chat? Oh my gosh, everyone has different ideas. Y'all need to come together. Y'all need to come together as a unit and believe in each other and choose something as a team. I believe in you. I believe in you. All you need to do now is believe in yourself. So I don't know, no problem, I get it. How many of us are reading the description? Everyone should be. Remember, we're looking for something that's relevant to this green text down here. Your imagination is now saying this. So far, the ones that we've suggested are this, flower, the scroll, and the statue. Right now, this is the one that's currently up. That's 2 yeses. 1 more yes, and I do it for this. Okay. The monster craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. The village was practically a ghost town before then. Ah! So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive prize for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale? Well, so yeah, the reason was because that specific piece of evidence mentioned the fact that Ninetales Vale was a ghost town. So why the fuck would he want it? Is like, that's the logic behind it. Echo and purposely, because I know you're late, just like to kind of give you an understanding of like what the game's looking for and such. Make sense? Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the merger in the first place. But I had no choice. I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Protect her from what? I received a threat. It said either I go through with the merger, or my Jinxie dies. What? How awful! Who would do such a thing? I don't know. But whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder. Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same? Alderman QB was an immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs had to be the motive in the world. But why go from blackmail to murder? The merger protests wouldn't disappear just because the alderman was killed. Ah, could it be? What if there was another reason for the murder? Like what? Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity. And his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's merger scheme. What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo? I have evidence revealing the alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Chat, what should we present to him? What are we presenting to him that shows Alderman's secret identity? Anataro saying the mask. One more yes and I'll fucking do it. Well, actually, I guess I could just do it. It really doesn't matter. You don't lose anything. You could literally present every piece of evidence to him. Mayor Tedba, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing Ninetales' mask. What is the meaning of this? This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside. White hair? You say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB, the amazing Ninetales himself. No way! The Alderman was impossible! Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. The blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the Alderman's secret identity? Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer's scheme. He opposed the merger and, as a result, single-handedly sparked the monster craze. Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene? There had been an event at the manor, and maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift. This is absurd! Mr. Mayor, do you have proof that a threat was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I've been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it's suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tedba, visiting hours are over. It would appear that this meeting is adjourned. Apollo, do you really think the Tenma Taro that Jinxie saw is the killer? I don't know. All I know is that there's no such thing as monsters. What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tenmataro to do their dirty work? Oh, come on! There wasn't any Tenmataro to release in the first place! Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai. We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face. Apollo, are you alright? I'm fine! I'm fine! I'll think of something! I'm better because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial. To be continued. Trial time! You all put your thinking caps on. It's time for the trial. If you don't put your thinking caps on, I'll put them on for you, bitch. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Everybody, it's time to lock in. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. Just making sure I haven't missed any evidence. I don't think I have. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. You know, just what she needs. Athena! Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. By scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine!" in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my Cords of Steel voice workout, and a must before every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right, here. I'll go first, then you try. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine! Alright, I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm fine! I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? The point is to relieve stress, not to get totally exhausted. What's with all the racket, you two? Ah, Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back. That's all. That's all? That's huge news. But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we could talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. But wow. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? I think he's in the... Yeah, he is. Okay. I know it's not ever going to be relevant, but we got to add him. Yeah, he's serving time, but before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his convention. Using the power of suggestion, he can make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. I'm hearing a lot about that lately. So he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Ah, I knew he was going to be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope, for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes! I better tone down my cords of steel too. So you all ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine! I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth, that's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. All rise.
Court is now in session for the trial of Damon Tenma.
Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor.
I'd know that big booming voice anywhere. As chipper as ever, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you?
I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner and fresh out of law school.
Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted for prison as we speak. Prison? Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwill's an inmate. But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Who's that with his back to us over there? That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwill.
Is the prosecution ready?
Enough jabbering. Get on with it already.
Of course, forgive me. Why are all the people related to this case so scary? Yeah, don't worry about it, your imagination. World's fucked. Don't worry. Ah, what's the matter? Sorry, I missed the line. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwill, your opening statement. What's the matter?
Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless.
Pointless? Oh, well...
Looks like the cat, or in this case, the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue.
But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand.
Well then, your baldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors?
Who, me?
There is a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things, and then decide they no longer want them. Once it's theirs. A selfish old fool.
Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement?
Old dotards such as you are a plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren?
All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace.
What? He actually fell for that? That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about.
The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex QB, alderman of Nine Tails Vale. And the defendant, Diamond Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder.
And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested?
His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive.
So, in a nutshell,
I have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible.
Bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head.
Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. He's playing Simon Says with the judge. He can fix me. Moving right along now, let's hear from our first witness of the day, Detective Fulbright. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackquill here. I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that.
It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated.
Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackquill here.
Fulbright, save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statement.
I'm sorry, I need like way more fucking water to do this fucking Blackquill voice. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Ha ha ha! That's the spirit! Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you. Prosecutor Blackquill doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright. Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackquill. He's so oblivious. One has a British accent in his objection. Ugh, I'm not doing a British accent. Well, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it. But first, I'd like to say the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. About the murder. Alderman Cubey was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damon Temma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cubey was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Alderman Cubey had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug? That's right! The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it. Autopsy report added to the court record. And the victim managed to attack his attacker despite being impaled by a spear? Oh, no other, okay. That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible? Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him. Objection! Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear?
Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about that with a former wrestler I met in the clink.
I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched.
Does it now? Then perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade.
I didn't sign up for this.
And so your life is spared. For now.
Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. Haha! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. Get ready to resign, motherfucker.
The accursed prince were on the weapon, and he's the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree, your baldness?
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute.
He has the judge leaning towards a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun.
What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the merger for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman.
Mayor is a strange one. I already went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. Wow. Order! There will be no gossiping in my court.
Your baldness. Please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again, perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold, the lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment.
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think. Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they? The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud.
Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here.
Ooh, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. Power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objective. This guy really is bad news.
In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself, despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than this statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle.
Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and the other Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
About the murder.
All right, chat, what are we doing? A lot of raids, yeah. It's been a good day. By the way, if you came from one of the raids and aren't following, consider following. I crave attention. Give me all the attention. I will give you all of the entertainment you could possibly imagine that relates to watching me play video games. You are back? Hell yeah. What are the statements? Oh, we can still press. Don't worry. If you can't press, the game will make it explicitly obvious that you can't. Trust me. Then press away? Okay, I will press away. Okay, first statement. Alderman QB was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall.
So those weapons on the wall of the Fox Chamber, I presume those are real. Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that is rather dangerous? No matter what he collected, the Alderman insisted it be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demon's club in his possession. Apparently, one of his ancestors claimed it after defeating a demon in battle. What? That's gotta be an old wives' tale. Ha 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 ha! The Alderman had a pure, unadulterated justice flowing in his veins. Whatever he did it right. We've lost a real champion of justice in his death.
Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your beating and tell us about the weapon.
Your wish is my command. The fingerprints of the defendant, David Temma, were found on the murder weapon. It doesn't make sense if you think about it. Prints could be easily wiped off. You do have a point there.
I'd venture to say he did not wipe off the prints because he could not.
What do you mean? Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Well, don't just stand there, show him who's boss. I'm totally lost, so why don't you just tell me the answer already? I don't think he saw that plea for help. You're feeling all right, kid? Running a fever, perhaps? I wish trials came with a reset button. Well, the specifics may yet come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright. At the time, Alderman Huey was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Come to think of it, a coffee cup was found on the floor. Was there sedative in his coffee? Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup.
And that is why he was out cold. That is, until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mayor.
What an awful way to wake up.
A rather stimulating eye-opener, if you ask me. I too would have risen to the attack, for to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, but that hole in his stomach would make eating a challenge.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please. These morbid jokes of yours have no place in this court.
Says the jester in detective's guise.
Moving right along. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. So the Alderman was drugged because he was really strong? Did you see those rock-hard muscles of his? I'm surprised the spear even managed to pierce that armor-like muscler. I admit, I'm completely jealous of that righteous body of his. Ha ha ha! Well, he did look pretty buff, even in that suit he had on.
Quite a difference when compared with a yellow belly like you.
Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore? Yeah, and the color's all wrong, too. Oh, I know. How about a squishy red tomato? I move to strike both of your comments from the record. Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here. Now let's get back to what happened after the far more muscular Alderman was impaled. Yes, well, your average person would likely have died on the spot. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Could he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear? Absolutely! After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged and then speared was answered with a righteous counterattack. But does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman? Absolutely! After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice. Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need. You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here.
Setting aside the half-wit's flights of fancy, the facts is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering.
So he found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh? Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's so confident. No, he only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. That part about the Alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked. All right, we've pressed every statement. What are we doing, chat? So here are the 5 statements that we have to work with here. You gotta find a piece of evidence in the court record that contradicts one of these statements. Alderman Cuby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damon Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. So what are we doing, chat? Don't forget to refresh your evidence list at the button in the top right corner, or else you might be missing some evidence. Just as a heads up. The top right corner, refresh the evidence list. The statue was behind, we found the statue behind the chair that the guy in the blue suit was wearing. That's where we found it in real life, if that helps you, Echo. Because I know you weren't here for that. Well, yeah, we know that, your imagination, but right now we're talking about the statue, but... All right, we got some theories. What do you want to present? So in terms of presenting, if you want to try and pitch to the chat to actually commit to presenting something, it's !present, then the number of the statement you wish to present on. So in this one, it's either 1 to 5. And you can ask me what statement number a statement is, and then the evidence you want to present. The format's in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen as well. So let's go over the statements again. Alderman Cuby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damon Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. So what we doing? Your imagination wants to present the autopsy report on this statement. One more yes and I do it. Otherwise, we move on. Are we not confident in this? Is chat not confident in this? Zoldo seems to think it's not it. Purposely Lost Moth is now saying the statue. That's enough yeses.
Objection!
Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him, but the statue here supposedly used to defend themselves creates a major hole in your theory. It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory. Which statement? Your imagination says statement 2. Do we agree? Hi, Ouroboros. How you doing today? And thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'd notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves. Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed. I have been having a good stream. If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Oh, this can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? You did it, Apollo. You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse. Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor. You mean there was a third party there in the Fox Chamber? Exactly. This could be the big break we've been looking for. There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackheel, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion? The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive.
Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono.
Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks.
It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship.
This is a trial, not a sword fight, Professor Blackwell.
There's a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's.
So, what are you getting at?
Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle, and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion.
Now, let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used? How was that cloth used, chat? Have a good one, Drop M. Thanks for stopping by. If you enjoyed yourself, consider following. I'd love to see you again. Ouroboros says 3. Your imagination is also saying 3. Guess we'll go with 3. That's 3 votes for 3. Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth? In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah!
Precisely. Bully for you, boy.
Oh, it was nothing. Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did. Ah, I did.
Right. That statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints, it's as plain as day. But this also proves there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back.
Oops. Darn. Fox and Demon statue updated in the court record.
Now do you see how dull your mind is?
Got some new pictures to update in the court record. Don't forget to refresh the stream, by the way, when I have to update evidence like this. I mean, don't forget to, not the stream. Don't forget to refresh the evidence list. Okay, fully updated.
I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that he always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore.
Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me.
Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time.
Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chief? It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all. I was kind of attached to that whole, now what? Apollo, I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit that mayor with it? Didn't I think of that? Anyone could have not left prints on it.
And who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady.
There's only one answer. The real killer.
Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you?
Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right. Athena, are you sure about this? To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks allegedly from a yokai were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with the statue. Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left. Ah! Sorry. Guess I got carried away. You could just ascertain that there was somebody in a suit. It's not that complicated. Mr. Justice, we have no time to deal with objections between members of the defense. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just, this kid's still, well, the kid. Ouch. You meanie. I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this court to believe the feathers of the tracks are from a yokai, as you put it? No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman. Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that? Why indeed? Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is. Ouch. This, I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright.
Boy, cool, Bright. Explain to his baldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks.
What? You mean you can explain all that? Ha ha ha! Our investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession. Very well, let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks. This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted make it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stroked the villagers' fears? Absolutely! He knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds.
Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accused demon Tenma Taro, that is.
Tenma who?
Tenma Taro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon. And thus, were they blinded to other, more plausible explanations.
Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect? Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor, and as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Dullard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games.
What?
Listen here. The feathers in the tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer.
Ah!
The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
The evidence speaks for itself, Fulbright.
Right, it was the mayor's last-ditch efforts to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The Amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers, and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Ninetales Vale really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds.
Just so. A particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey.
You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist?
No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. Actually felt sorry for the poor chap.
Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well, now then, the defense may proceed with their cross-examination. This entire case centers on one man's attempts to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Let's do a press on every statement, and while you guys think it over. Remember to check your evidence and don't forget to refresh the evidence list. Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong? Oh, absolutely! They parade around in yokai costumes shouting, "Down with Mayor Tenma!" And just the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers.
But when the accused showed his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenmataro, the dark lord of their kind.
Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenmataro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy. Detective Fulbright, why don't you suppose the defendant would commit such an act? Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. The Amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity, right? That's right! And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Tenma Town wrestler after another. And before anyone knew it, he was champion!
Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town Pro Wrestling.
He was amazing! If there ever was a real superhero, it would be him! I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday. I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. He could even team up with Prosecutor Blackquill. A police detective and a prisoner in chains. You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. Ha ha ha! So you do understand the greatness that is the Amazing Ninetales. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears? Absolutely! It had an immediate effect.
The presumed return of the dreaded Tenmataro had them shaking in their boots. Oh my, is it really that bad? That superstitious lot. It's as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus. I see. It's a very persuasive argument. The mere thought of his honor buying into that Simon the Psycho Slasher's words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now. So you see, there could only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers and tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Hard to believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. We have to do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor. Then we're gonna need to prove that Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that? But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So Your Honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct? Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment? You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman QB's secret identity. Apollo, I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetails. Therefore, we can conclude that the mask was at the crime scene. Oh my, but why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your baldness is at an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetails. And the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No! Order! Order! What a shocking development! A motive clearer than crystal clear! What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last we reached my meal point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your baldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona, just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this. If you value your dearest's life, you will merge Ninetails Vale with Tenma Town. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital. That letter is clear evidence that the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things. but he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the Amazing Ninetales. So it was the Amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. I gotta quickly go to the bathroom, chat. So this is the new statement. So that's obviously the statement we need to present on. So go look at the evidence and tell me what to present. I'll be right back. This will be a very quick bathroom break. Okay, I'm back. You want to present witness statement on this statement? Or do you mean this one? Binksy statement. Yeah, don't forget that you can read this statement as well. I have it added to the evidence. You just got to click on the image and you'll see the statement. Not enough yeses for that one yet. Well, chat, what are we presenting?
That's 3 yeses, so I'm gonna go for it.
Objection!
Consider the evidence. There's obviously something wrong with that statement.
Your gall knows no bounds. It's shocking, really.
What's that supposed to mean?
You stand there brazenly objecting to perfectly factual statements. One does not see such shameless behavior that often.
A penalty for our shameless attorney. Oh no, looks like Blackwell is turning the judge against me. Aw, why would you do this to me, Frozen? Anyway, that was wrong. Go back to the evidence, chat. Your imagination wants to present the crime photo. Hi, Beowulf. How you doing today? Tail mentioned. Tail mentioned. So this is what your imagination wants to present. Going through Investigations 2? Hell yeah. Investigations 2 is amazing. Do we agree with this, by the way? Your imagination wants to present this. I haven't seen anyone say it. Okay. Purposely Lost says yes. Anyone else say yes? We need 2 more yeses for me to go for this. 1 more. 1 more, chat. We can try.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo. And just what does this prove? It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. But I already told you, they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feather and tracks were left at the scene. What are we pointing to? Purposely says tracks. Hanatoro is saying the feathers on top of the blood. Purposely is saying the tracks. Which one are we going with, chat? JP says on top of blood. Hi, Elinda Liz. How you doing today? You can agree on feathers? Oh yeah, Great Ace Attorney is fantastic, Beowulf. But I think once you beat Ace Attorney 2, you might have a different opinion. I just love it. Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood? And the tracks were made in blood? In other words, haha, the answer was both! Yes. In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. The mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said it yourself. The mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. There's 2 tomorrow. Oh, the final case of Investigations 2 is peak, though, Beowulf. So peak. I love how every case is like fits together in Investigations 2. It's just such a peak game. I fucking love that one. It's one of my favorites in the series for sure. But the problem I have with Great Ace Attorney and why I don't put it above Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is that Great Ace Attorney takes forever to get going. Mostly because the first game is a little mid, but then it all comes together in the second game and it becomes peak. But it does take a little bit of time to get there. The first game is kind of whatever, but it sets up the story for the second game where it just blows your fucking mind. There must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. Ah, there must be some mistake! Order, order! Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Ha 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 ha! Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you. You do? But how? Was my valued sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness Jingxi Tenma saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. Will somebody please say something? The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare mock this court and justice itself? You're unfit to bear your name, boy. Hippolytus, it appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in this statement here. Jingxi Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro. After she discovered the crime scene and called the police, she came around a corner in the hall. It was around here that she saw Tenma Taro fleeing towards the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? The defense just proved that there was someone else. So the mayor isn't the killer? Was it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Good, now let's keep it that way. Oh, he cut off our fucking cornered theme. Motherfucker.
Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken.
My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim?
Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled towards the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him.
Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and the Bell. Now that you mention it.
Both Phineas Filch and Florence the Bell were in the foyer at that time. But they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you even consider that yokai was a figment of a scared little girl's imagination?
Why didn't those two see the Tenmataro impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask them ourselves? I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QE Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby.
I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will.
Did he just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know. Very well then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please?
The name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. There's just a little something I thought you might like.
Did he steal Fulbright's shoes again? Why? Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. It's those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again.
They're all yours, your honorship, sir.
What? But they seem awfully expensive.
Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your lordship.
It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate that I can't accept such gifts.
Ethics, schmathics. Just take them if you want them. Polish them up real nice for you, too.
I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer after the murder. Guarding the foyer.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guests.
I got hiccups.
I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no sirree.
That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams.
So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Tenmataro?
Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the only truth and nothing but the truth. And Tenmataro, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do ya? I certainly don't.
My bracelet. It's... something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch, has been lying to us? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of nervous habit.
Screech! Ah, what the?
Suddenly bird. What's a hawk doing in here?
Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact.
He doesn't live with you, you know, in jail. Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Why did I appear? Look, I'm not always a bird, okay? I have like 6 models, with only 2 of them set up after my great accidental computer wipe, but there'll be another one next week set up, I promise. I'm gonna set it up tomorrow. It's gonna be great.
Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard.
Why are you calling my power queer? This isn't some sort of trick or...
Ah! I won't be able to spot squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills.
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom.
Somebody help!
Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished.
In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you would ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. There's someone dressed as Tenmataro there. Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's taste statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. The bird's just chilling. Okay, I'm gonna press every statement, but you guys think about what the contradiction could be while I'm doing that. And of course, as we're pressing, new statements might come up, so don't think too hard. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. Mr. Filch, why did Alderman QB have you handle guard duty?
Because he trusts me. I am the Manor's caretaker, after all.
So you took said guard duty seriously?
Let me tell you something about me. I'm... Yipes! Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and not else.
Yes, of course, sir. Out of way, sir. Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb. Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. So let's go back to the previous statement. So no one could get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight. That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around festival time. And the solution was to entrust the Manor's security to a thief? That's not even funny. Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one. I don't know, it seems more like letting the fox guard the hen house to me. So the witness testifies that he took his guard duty seriously. Yes, sir, your honorship, sir. Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time? Poor old Filchy. I might as well tell you this purposely, but they explicitly showed a cutscene at the very beginning of this case that showed LaBelle as the murderer. So yeah, you're right about him being the murderer. The game, sometimes this case is very much a how done it than who done it. In terms of like the lore and everything behind it. You weren't here yet. Yeah, they explicitly show him doing the deed. Meaning it's usually not too hard to guess who did it in Ace Attorney games, but the how done it is very confusing at times. And it's more about like pinning down the murder and like proving it than it is just knowing who it is. That's more of what Ace Attorney is about in a lot of ways, and it makes for a fun time. This is very much a how catch 'em. Exactly. To attend your next stream, it'll be on Tuesday. I hope you had a good time, Echo. I usually stream Tuesday to Saturday, but I sometimes stream on Sunday and Monday if I'm bored or I just have one, or if I want to finish a game or other stuff like that. They're like bonus streams. But I usually stream from 7 Eastern until 11 Eastern, Tuesday to Friday, and then on Saturday I stream from 3 p.m. until whenever I'm bored. This and again tonight. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. I didn't mean to get off subject there. Sheesh, Blackwell didn't even say anything. Answer your question, yes, I kept an eye, no, both of them, in fact, on the foyer. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no sirree. Could you describe to the court who you would consider fishy looking?
someone all fidgety and shifty like, you know, like they're about to steal something like you. He just described himself. I wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see Tenmataro. Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tenmataro, or maybe Mr. Filch is lying. And if he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. All right, gamers, what's the strat here? I've been drinking so much water, I have to go to the bathroom again. So yeah, expect that a lot. The water is just going right fucking through me right now, and it's fucking ridiculous. So I'll be right back. But here are the 4 statements again for you guys to think. So at the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. No siree. So those are the 4 statements. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So far we have 2 theories being presented. Hanatoro is talking about the TV listings, and Purposely Lost Moth is talking about the foyer diagram. Where was that again? This. So what statement? We got this statement. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. Kubi asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office, keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. Okay, Hanatoro wants to present the TV listing here. We got 1 yes, 2 more, and I go for it.
One more and I go for it. Come on, chat. Participation is key here. Let's do it. Let's play the video game.
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fellow like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss. I didn't watch that one. No sirree. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yipes. Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of the professional types, too. I can do double duty watching TV at the foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be as a professional of is professional thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off? That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Bald, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it. All right, chat. What are we doing here? What are we One more yes and I do it. Oh, we already got 3 yeses. Okay, we do it. Please take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I'd think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claim. Yeah, it's the bangs out of the cat. I mean the other way around. The command is different, Bakiri. I lost all of my redeem stuff too, remember? So I had to recreate it. Order, order, order. But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? It's very relevant, because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Ten Mataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection.
What now?
Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered.
What are you talking about?
This.
I'm not a mind reader. Ah!
Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki?
They were? I mean, yes! Yes, they were! But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer.
You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time, so who's the liar now, you no good shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackwell, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. Them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Yipes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir! The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. Ears working overtime. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. I'm checking something real quick. Give me a second. The floor there is all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense. For lacking that, our entire world would be upside down. Says the convict prosecutor is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming around, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if we can't prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. Then we'd better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Ears working overtime. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. You are paid for your work, aren't you? So how do you justify watching TV on the job? About that, Apollo, can you, don't tell my boss, okay? But I totally play video games when I'm working from home. Please don't tell my boss. What? It ain't easy being me. I mean, I can't watch TV when we have visitors and there's no way to record stuff. Clips? No! Sorry, am I supposed to be consoling you over your first world problems? Those are his only problems. He should consider himself lucky. I guess pro wrestling's serious business to Mr. Filch. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you? Oh, that, like, no harm in bending the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little Tanuki. Lie again, and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours. Yeah, I'm sorry, just let me keep my tongue. Please leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir, I was, sir, but it ain't like that. The floor there is all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So, you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch? As good as they come, I'd say. Nothing to hear creaky floor. Plus, that Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle? How does he do that? It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Temataro holding a staff-like object that make a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Filch says Temataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Chad, is this vital information? JP says yes. Extremely vital. I request to be added to his testimony. If Temataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle. So Tendataro's staff makes a distinctive sound? Yep, like a jingle and a jangle. Wait, JC said something like that. Something about the Temataro making a jangly sound. I think we're missing something here, but I can't quite put a finger on it. Perhaps I should take a look at the court record again. So you see, there weren't no Temataro in the foyer. Please tell the court, what did Jinxie see if it was not Temataro? She's always going on about seeing this yokai and that. Just an act of imagination, I reckon. She won't even come near me because she thinks I'm some sort of tanuki monster. Can't say I blame her. So, Mr. Filch, you chalk it up to a child's act of imagination. Yep, no Temataro or anyone else got in or out of QE matter on my watch. Apollo, what could this mean? Do you think that Jinxie was just seeing things? Well, if that's the case, the details she provided were pretty impressive. But if we're to continue believing Jinxie's statement, we'll have to uncover Filch's lie? Right. Or find out why he can't tell the truth. Alright, so we have a new statement right here. Anything we want to present here, chat? I'll leave you all to think about it. Go check the court record. Or we could try another statement, obviously, as well. This is what Hanatoro wants to present. Do we agree? Do we agree with that statement from Hanataro? Well, it seems like no one's really agreeing with you there, Hanatoro. It's confusing, but sure. One more yes, and I'll go for it. Zoldo is now presenting another option and wants to present the Yokai Legend Scroll. This is what Zoldo's proposing. So chat, should we go with the original Jinxie statement or should we go with what Zoldo's saying? Your choice. Should we confirm? But Gary says he's with Zoldo. One more for Zoldo, and I'll probably go for it.
Objection!
Tenmataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm gonna say that your story doesn't add up. Is there something the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff? Huh? You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands, and she described its sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? You're right, there is no staff. Not even a cane or a walking stick. So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. All right, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff. JP says 2. Do we agree with him? I just need one more person to say 2 and we go for it. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. What's it again? What? Tell you ridiculous little... Nice. How'd that feel, Black Quill? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Yeah. Well? I'm begging you, please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do, no way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he could be. He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? So Mr. Big Time Kitty Sticker Lawyer has heard about him? Them old village superstitions? Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? The people of Ninetail Vale believe some pretty strange things. And the superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro. Darn straight, that's why! It's all right here! Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul? See, that's why us folks in Ninetailsville can't talk about seeing Tenmataro! Village superstitions added to the court record. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that that way no one could talk about him, so as if he never existed. The defense holds this that Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer. What?
Objection!
Huh, superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And who would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetailsvale. The life or death superstitions might make even you a believer. Order! Order, I say!
You fool of a Tanuki! Knew 2 times now your lies have cost me.
Sorry, I promise not to do it again. As he winks.
Tucka, my fine feather friend, have at them.
Yipes, he's gonna eat me alive! Head for the hills! He took off. But Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him with your fastest men! That's certainly not something you see every day. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as the yokai Tenmataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? You got enough dots there? Oh, shit! Oh. What? Huh? Ah! His shackles! Oh, I'm too young to die!
Justice, Dono. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers.
Oh, Meiwamo! Shinderu, detective, do something! Ha ha ha! Have no fear! Fulbright is here! When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going! Then get going already before he kills us. Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Backwell, for it is sense of justice that set him free! Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice!
Silence.
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards.
Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, I think the judge forgot he's in charge here.
So, Justice Tano's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Right, and that yokai, or rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman QB.
Silence.
Care to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber?
What? He's right. She said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber.
Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door.
And your point is...
Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim. The ultimate.
I gotta go to the bathroom again. Man, I swear to fucking... when I drink enough water, shit just goes right fucking through me. I fucking hate it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
The homicidal maniac who had killed him. The mayor.
No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tom.
Then why does that little scamp claim to not have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber?
Considering his father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. I don't understand. Why didn't she see Oro inside the Fox Chamber?
There's but one way to find out. Ask her whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh.
Final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last it shall be sated.
Wait, this is still a trial, right?
Show me what you're truly capable of, Justice Stoner.
Very well then. Both parties no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... Ah!
3 minutes.
I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess?
Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo.
Lou, you mean the bathroom? Sheesh, at least include enough time to wash our hands.
See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished.
Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. I declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it?
He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? I guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmataro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway?
Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel.
Please fucking don't. No, wait, let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence.
I suppose it could wait till later.
Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Athena, I'm going to go wash up. Remember what Practical said, Apollo. Don't be late. Now then, I believe our net mistress is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is. Leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist! Wow, that is one very well-polished tray. Yes, I do plan to play the DLC, Kiri. The witness will show her face while at court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child? Begone! You're leader of the 100 demons! Ho ho ho, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will. What, do you think I should do the DLC case, like in the canon order? Because the canon order would be immediately after this case. In terms of timeline. I don't think that's a good idea though, because the DLC case is designed to be a harder case. Because it's designed to be played at the end. Yeah, canonically it happens after this case, in terms of timeline. Because it's the first case that Phoenix does when he gets his badge back. My charm has no effect! The demon of due process. I'm not sure if I can see that one.
Now, you little scamp.
Yes?
I trust you know why you're here.
Bags.
Bags? Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Try the noodle stand. Go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki Newtail noodles while you're at it.
Everyone's a comedian. No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azukiari away.
Azukiari? The yokai that washes Azuki beans? The only thing needing washing would be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Azukiari often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you.
Looks like Prosecutor Blackquill got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together these two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenmataro when you discovered the crime scene. What Jinxie saw. Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime? Lots of them. Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenmataro happen to be among them? I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is that the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Narakabe, Setosaka, they were all there. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them.
This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear, but a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course. What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Mr. Sykes. You sure you know what you're doing, Athena? She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. Am I going to be 34? No, I'll be 32. My analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Mrs. Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land. I'll show you. Did I see Tenmataro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw. Yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room. Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems that sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess. So, all these yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Yes, that's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear. So she was, and still is, seeing ordinary objects as yokai. We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She's particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, hit probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter. Okay, let's give this a try. So it told me to specifically probe this one.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire? That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans. It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation. Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on the Wheel of Fire. I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for Akasha? Well, chat. What should she mistaken this image for Akasha? The chandelier? The light fixture? This one right here. It has a flame design and it's up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture. Yeah, the past weeks? Maybe. but I think it'd be pretty hard unless I see the project itself. That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest. Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster? That's Nurakabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray. That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just the statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue. Eek! I don't know what I was thinking! You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There wasn't any yokai after all. See, a clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there were never really... that's not a good thing. Right. There never really was any yokai there. Though the defenses asserted the exact opposite of their original assertion. Wait, Jinxie? What about Tenmataro? There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro, or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now. You've gotta be joking! Order in the court. I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. No! Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion. Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet? Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update. Okay, chat. It's time for you to figure out the emotion. By the way, if you see yellow here, that's surprise, okay? If you see yellow radiating around my head. Okay. Did I see Tenmataro in the fox chamber? I was so scared when I entered that room. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. There in the fox chamber, I saw the alderman dead on a table and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Tenmataro. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict her statements. So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out? That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for the sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony. Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. All right, chat, so pay attention, okay? Okay. Did we notice anything, chat? So let's go over that again and let me know if you notice anything, okay? So, did I see Tenmataro in the fox chamber? High amount of fear, a little bit of surprise. I was so scared when I entered the room. High fear, high surprise. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. Low fear, high surprise. Anataro says on this statement to present sadness. The amount of fear you felt is rather low, despite having your legs given out from fright. Could something have lessened your fear? Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage. Now, let's see. Ah, look. Apollo, the noise is all gone. Casey seems to have remembered everything now. A sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? Well, chat? Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you? Ah, the demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce said evidence this instant. Sorry. It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your baldness? This is none other than the master key to QB Mana. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackquill? It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the fox chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the fox chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world, and there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No!
Objection!
How could this happen? Ugh. The defense assistants will refrain from growling her frustrations. Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Donna, allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us.
Well, he's not gonna fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap.
Now I suggest you make a mad dash from this courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
Alright, I'll be back in 10. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it you object to? Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. This court is waiting, Mr. Justice, though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Well, actually, I do. Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But I've got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. What a doozy that locked room is, too. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that could counter the prosecution's argument? You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the lock room one way or another.
Vague conjecture should only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono.
Time to do or die, literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room. You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to go through it, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left just might lead us how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. Where did they escape from, chat? JP says the front door. And Atora wants to present the front door. The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out.
It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key,
I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but... Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly. Fine, I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber hallway door was locked was because... Remember, chat, keep it simple. People are saying 3. Do we agree with this? One more person commit to it and I'll do it. Everyone dead. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Ouch! Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both, like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from the outside. Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackpool draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Well, chat. You guys are saying 1, but like you don't sound confident in it. Maybe somebody threw it in from the hallway when Jinxie opened the door? That would explain. Ah! Ugh. Perhaps we should ask the little scamp herself. When you opened the Fox Chamber, did you witness anyone throw the master key inside? Sorry, I didn't see anyone else there. Oh. What a pity. Or perhaps you intend to accuse the witness of murder. You leave me no choice. A penalty for random speculation and a lack of foresight. Ugh. How could someone gotten the key into that locked room? Let's try that again. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? MRL says 3, JP says 2. It means they changed the lock. I don't know how I else can explain that to you. JP says 2. Purposely Lost Moth says 2. One more person says 2. I go for it. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room.
And where would you throw it from? There's a clip outside the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility.
Oh, right. Ah! I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? Air duct. One more yes vote. The air vent? Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not. Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway. That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the Fox Chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. That's preposterous! Ooh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, well, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused. Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Temataro murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer? Amazing! Even I could follow that! The judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Temataro, and there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer has beaten the jailbird prosecutor. Oh, that was a total turnabout. Massive forehead seems to be much more attractive now. What the fuck? Order, 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 I say. Now that I've revived a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence.
A valiant effort, Justice Dono, but your final thrust missed the mark.
Huh?
Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door?
That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the yonch.
But that's impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer's security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai tried to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage.
What?
Save for the foyer entrance, there's no other way to flee the manor, is there?
I don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Must I point out every crucial detail of the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative powers to boot. That is the cliff side of the mana. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one.
Run! Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window?
What the heck, right? Ha! I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset.
That would mean the killer really was a yokai. Only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be.
What? You're saying you could prove the killer could fly?
Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor, what evidence do you have that the killer flew away? This is what Hanatora wants to present. One more yes vote and we do it. Take a look at the special edition paper. Tenmatoro, real or flight or fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window? Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting... Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. Killer disguised as Tenmatoro flew away, you know, by some way or another.
Silence.
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice.
Okay, then how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air?
No, there is a rational, common sense explanation for that. The infernal yokai are tricksy to do he was just never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye.
She? I don't like where this is going one bit.
Now the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Diamond Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all.
Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma.
Ah, no! Order, order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever!
The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade.
Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out the window.
Did you truly believe this could end any other way?
Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. Only we had one.
Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of yore would.
Mayor Tenma?
This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul?
Tenma Taro's true identity is...
Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook your little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait. Apollo, Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma, no, don't fall for his twisted words. If you're a cent away from murder, Jixie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Mayor Tenma's gonna confess unless we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away.
Caw, 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 caw. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return.
Huh? Uh-oh. I should watch What I Wish For.
Ah, foolish mortals! I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek.
Mayor Tenma?
Silence! I am Tenma Taro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold the return of the Demon King!
What the... Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to... take a vacation! Alright, what a whack job. The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenma Taro? The yokai we've been chasing this whole time?
Indeed, it is I, Tenma Taro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenma Taro, you say? What nonsense!
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now?
Ah, his body is now mine!
So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie, Tenma, and Phineas Finch saw? And the one captured in this newspaper photo? Those were all you?
The accursed power of these warning charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your falseness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
Well, confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented.
Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned.
Huh? What?
You claimed the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked box chamber, but it was the accused all along.
Ah!
Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. But the alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. The pieces have all fallen into place.
How so, Prosecutor Blackwell?
It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the box chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warning charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow to Alderman and delivered to its head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled upon the scene of the crime. Little Scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the Fox Chamber.
Yeah, I don't know why Blackwell is playing into this.
Yokai Jinxie saw was her father possessed by...
No, fuck off, Blackwell. Fuck off. Fuck off, Blackwell.
Objection!
But when we arrived at the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible if he's supposed to have flown out the foyer window?
Then what, you mean to say the maid of QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro?
Oh.
Ah! That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time I did, but presently tired I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem that the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. Steve, is the defendant a real life? Rumor about Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real. This is a fucking clown show. I can't deal with this, man.
This really did kill the island just so we can release Tenma Taro.
Oh my god. Save me, chat. Save me. Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. Simon Says on steroids. Yeah, that's my feeling too, Apollo. I'm like losing brain cells like by a rapid pace. He wants to convict our client any way he can. I'm falling asleep too, don't worry. I'm gonna be ending as soon as this trial segment's over.
The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system? Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to. This is the dark age of the law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono. I won't fabricate any evidence. Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackquill, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you were in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? It seems you found that quite shocking. It is my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this, like Simon Blackwell Falcon. Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reinsurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. He's always been there, Xylo. You probably just... whatever. Anyway. That's it for today's stream. This is a good place to end. Alright, everybody. We made massive progress today. We'll finish case 2 on Thursday. Not Thursday, Tuesday. We'll finish case 2 on Tuesday and probably start case 3. We'll see about beating this game. I don't know when we'll beat this game. We'll find out. Maybe we'll stream on Monday as well. 1 second. I might stream on Monday. I'll let you know on Monday. I'll let you know. I'll see. Well, it might happen. Just because, yeah, it might happen. Anyway, yeah. See y'all later or something. I'm gonna go raid, maybe. Who's live, if anybody. God damn it, dude. I don't want to... Oh, wait. Nah. Alright, I'm just not gonna raid. Bye. I'm going to bed. Fuck all y'all. Yeah.